Look at the speech. Later on, as I said, there'll be more of a formal introduction. We'll have more time to hear from the chair. But for now, I'd like to begin by saying good morning again and welcome to the November 19th Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I'd like to call today's meeting to order. The board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Here.
Here. Here. Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Commissioners Harris, yes?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Matanke and Parker are also in attendance. I will now present a motion to go into closed meeting for approximately 30 minutes pursuant to the Open Meetings Act 5 ILCS 120-2/2 to discuss matters under the following exceptions: audit review under C-29, personnel-related matters under C-1, and pending, imminent, or probable litigation under C-11. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We will now retire into closed meeting and be back in approximately 30 minutes for the business portion of our meeting. Thank you.
Today we had our 9th annual Take Flight College Reception celebrating 175 CHA youth heading off to over 50 colleges and universities throughout the country.
I'm really grateful for the event because I needed a lot of stuff that I didn't have. I got some towels, a desk lamp, some laundry detergent. I needed everything, so I was really grateful for it.
CHA has helped me with scholarships. They've helped me motivate me with networking and with programs. At the time, I thought I was going to be in the medical field. Grant is one of the people that have helped me stay on track for college.
Oh, they gave really good advice, like be open because I'm really introverted, so I'm gonna be joining clubs, you know.
Means that the world is yours and you're going to be given a view of that. And so just be open to it. Be open to new things, new experiences, new people, new subject matters. Be open.
So be fearless. Don't let anyone steal your shine from you. This is your moment. You earned it. Be fearless.
Sweetwater Foundation, we've been repurposing different wood materials from the CPS schools that closed. We're turning it into different arts and sculptures.
It makes me proud to know I could, actually put something together that I've never done before.
So I'm learning how to, the basis of writing a script in a movie and pretty much how to build up character, like character development and plot, story, how to keep audiences interested in watching the movie.
Favorite part of the program, being able to write my own script and just being able to see my own work on paper. Feels great. It feels like I've achieved something good and it makes me feel happy.
I've been very interested since a child in creating my own video game, like always, right? And then the fact that I can just do this, and how he teaches it is just so simple,
I learned about Photoshop, which was really cool. It's different when you see on like computers. You're like, oh, this good. But like when you actually print it, it just be like, dang, I really just did this. Like you can look on the, like poster boards, for example, like anywhere, and you're like, okay, I can make something similar to this because I did it. So it just like it feels very amazing.
We're really excited to be able to bring a couple dozen colleges to our Summer Youth Employment Program students. So these are students between the age of 18 and 24 who have a summer job with us through the Mayor's Summer Job Program. And we wanted to make sure that as they consider ending their employment with Summer Youth Employment, that they think about their next steps, whether that be college or career.
The type of things that I'm learning are how to make a film come together, whether that's editing or filming and getting interviews together and learning to meet people and how to set up to make a film and working with others as well. It feels good. It makes me feel like I accomplished something or I did something that I never thought I'd be able to do. This is the best thing I ever did out of all summer programs that I ever did in my whole life.
The event today is a unique opportunity for our CHA bigs and our littles to coexist with people that are very successful in many different categories. We have so many different people from diverse backgrounds. If they're entrepreneurship or finance or in government sector, they can really see that there are so many different paths that they can go down, even if they never even thought about it.
Talking about career advancement is really important because the students are at an age where that's appropriate. So they're starting to think about these things, and so we have a wide variety of individuals in different sectors. So it piques, any student's interest in what they may potentially want to do post high school.
My big thing I want them to take away, there are people out here that are willing to help you. All we need you to do is stand up and say you want it. We're here for you. Coming from the housing complex and living there my entire life, so it's really dear to my heart.
One Million Degrees accelerates community college students on pathways to economically mobile careers. So how we do this is really ensuring that our students are supported through their experience at community college and making sure that they have a system of supports around them.
We at CHA are very excited about this expanded partnership with 1 Million Degrees. We have had a partnership with the City Colleges of Chicago, an intergovernmental agreement for over a decade that has allowed us to support our CHA residents attending city colleges with tuition, books, and fees through a voucher system. And this new partnership with 1 Million Degrees will expand the support that our CHA residents have at City Colleges of Chicago.
I actually came to college with the intention just to see if it was right for me. However, being full-time, it actually showed me that even if I don't like a class, or even if I don't want to take this certain professor, like 1 Million Degrees has shown that it's better to just get through it, because at the end of the day, a degree will change my entire life.
A lot of things have changed for me since I started coming to this school, like 1 Million Degrees. I get a lot of support here. It's more of a community.
So in high school, it was really hectic. I didn't have no help, didn't know what to do. So when I got to OMD and I talked to Chris J, I needed a pathway to start getting nursing, seeing what all classes I needed. So she really got me on track with it.
We provide financial support in the form of performance-based stipends. We provide tutoring supports, and we provide study groups on campus for our students. We also provide personal support, so a program coordinator, somebody who's working with students one-on-one.
First and foremost, financial aid. I didn't understand how any of it worked, and Melanie, one of my the campus coordinator, she actually showed me everything that I needed to know.
It makes you feel like you're not alone. Don't go through it alone. There's always somebody in your corner with you.
We're looking for the students to grow academically. We're looking for the students to grow professionally, and the students to also grow personally throughout this program.
1 Million Degrees are also not only work with you, but they'll work for you in a way. If you mention something in a conversation, they'll bring it up in a session, they'll talk to someone, they'll reach out to someone for you and give you information that you didn't even know you needed.
What I need is very different from what somebody else needs, and they fill that gap. They support you financially, emotionally, psychologically. This is something that's needed and vital to you, your health and your well-being. And you're not going to be the same person going in that you are coming out.
in January of 2018, I attended the Take Flight event. I had no idea what to expect. Graduated in 2017, couldn't find a job. I was job hunting maybe for like 6 to 8 months. I came to the event. I met with Catherine from BMO Harris Bank, and she asked for my resume. I handed her one, and the very next day I got a call from a manager at BMO Harris, and here I am. I was job searching for 6 to 8 months, and then I just kind of got to the point where I'm like, I'm just gonna be a bum. Like, it's just not working for me. And I didn't realize how hard it was to find a job. Like, you hear people talk about it, and it's just kind of like, no, you fill out an application, like, you'll be fine. You know, you just call, you stay on it. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be. So CHA was a blessing.
At the 2018 program, Kiera Russell, we met her here. Ironically, late in the process, late in the day, which led to the beginning of a process of her finding a full-time job. That is just a fantastic happening that worked out. She's been with us, I think, about 10 months now and doing very, very well. So hopefully she'll be with us for a long time.
It's exactly what I wanted to do, dealing with people. I like to help people. I like banking. I got my degree in business administration, so it's exactly where I wanted to be. So I love it.
Today is Take Flight Staying the Course, which is our midwinter check-in with our current CHA college students and recent graduates. We position this event specifically in January so that we can touch base with our students before they head back to school for spring semester, or also check in with those grads from May who may not have landed a job in their field just yet.
Events like this are super important for the community because they give kids a chance to not only meet companies but make potential connections that otherwise they would be going without. I think one of the things that most college students don't realize is the importance of networking and of making those connections.
Attending an event like this is awesome because not only they bring different companies from different statutes, but they bring companies that you never heard of before here to meet with you, take time out their busy schedule to meet with us, to give us internships, and to give us more money in our pockets to pay for schooling and things we need in the future.
I think part of the goal should be that you walk out a little bit more exposed, a little bit more smarter about what's out there in the marketplace. We're banking, but as I look around, there's other industries and other opportunities. And you know, when you're young, you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know a lot about some of these career paths, but if they can take the time, engage in what should be a pretty friendly base of employers here, I think they can learn about some different paths they might want to consider.
The networking went well, mainly because since I'm a senior at my university, I've been applying for jobs already. So coming here and already having applied for one of the Blue Cross Blue Shield positions, it was very refreshing to meet them here today.
For us, it's really the next level of the work we do. Making this last connection for them is something that no school does. And so it's really important for us as a housing partner to extend our network to our students and make sure that they're aware that we support them from the day they start school past graduation into their first job.
As I see the struggles that students just like myself go through trying to find these opportunities, and so I think noticing that struggle but then coming here to see that the opportunities are available is what really just shook me today. So yeah, I'm leaving with that still on my heart.
So today on a cold, wintry, very snowy Saturday, we are having our annual Youth Summit in partnership with the Chicago Housing Authority. We've done this annual Youth Summit engaging young people who live in public housing to get together from all across the city in one spot downtown and to really get trained on how they can identify issues that are important to them and how to take action.
So I've had the pleasure to sit in with a few workshops. So the kids are doing breakout sessions where they're having engaging conversations, talking about what's going on in the community. They are doing skill building exercises. The workshops consist of talking about what's in their neighborhood, getting to know one another.
I want them to take away that there is people out there that actually care about them and that want to see them be successful in life and have all the things that they need in life in order to get to the success they want to get. That they don't have to struggle. They can come and get help.
Today what's happening is just basically a call of kids from different communities, just coming in, just expressing the way they feel about what's going on in their community. As of right now, this is the fair, the resource fair, just get them the resources that they need to succeed basically in their community.
To leave today's event understanding that they have the skills, they have the energy, and they have the resources within them. We're going to bring it out of them, and they can hopefully move forward really approaching situations and approaching problems in a different way.
So today we're at the 35th Chicago Housing Authority Senior Gala here at the Hyatt Regency. We have 1,800 seniors coming from across all over the city of Chicago. We've got Oak Street Health here that's actually doing photo booths. It's been really fun for them to do that. They get pictures with their friends, and also they get to go ahead and enjoy entertainment.
All you have to do is stick that camera through that door and see them seniors out there dancing. You heard them laughing with Mr. Wallace while he was talking and telling his jokes. Man, let me tell you, the energy is just great.
I like everything, the entertainment, the enjoyment. See, I'm just a new senior, so I'm trying to fit in. I love it. I said I made it. Mm-hmm.
So this is a great opportunity to reach out to the seniors, let them know about services that are available within the city. A lot of times people just don't know that things are available and how to access them, so this is a great opportunity.
It's the North Side here in the room today. It means everything to them. When this comes along, it gets them up, have them moving. They appreciate coming out. It's just everything to them.
And as time go on and years go on, Julio, we're going to keep coming back again, and again.
I think coming here today, folks get to learn about how to improve their properties, financing options, working with the CHA, making sure that they get rents that are market rents, and recognizing that renting from HCV doesn't mean that they're going to get less money and we're easier to work with.
I came today because, well, I'm always impressed with the quality of the sessions. For example, this morning I went to something on locks and doors, and it's incredible, all the details and all the new information that people are interested in learning that we never knew before.
You know, in terms of learning, it's all about resources. For this particular event, your resource is actually right in front of you, and that's what I love. It's more or less like one-stop shop.
These are very important because you get to meet people that actually are gonna, be the ones that are gonna provide you the jobs that we need to do. It really is good marketing, good to meet people. The networking is real well. We found that typically, we do our best when we come to these kind of events.
It's about expanding what we do. It's about expanding opportunities not only for our participants, our families, but also for our owners and people that are not in the program.
So they bring them here today and have all the different trade associations here and so forth to provide that information. This bodes well with what we're trying to do in this city, to be a partner, not being an outsider. That's why it's so important. It seems like every year it grows and grows.
It's all about improving the city and making sure that Chicago is one of the best cities in the world. We want to have strong communities throughout the entire city so people can feel safe, they can have wonderful housing, they can feel like they are a part of a world-class city no matter which neighborhood they live in.
This year, our 11th anniversary of our CHA Operation Warm event, we've got 9,000 brand new winter coats that we're giving away to CHA kids who live throughout the city. We also have a service fair with 30 organizations, all sorts of awesome resources. We've got PepsiCo here with their bags of grocery products. First Book is back with 12,000 books. Every single kid will be able to pick out 4 books. We've got Walgreens providing free flu shots. CETA has light energy kits. ComEd, they have energy kits. Chicago Public Library is here. There's something for everyone.
What's happened here, this is the largest event, one single event of the year. It started here, I guess, about 11 years ago or so, and we've done this with housing authorities, tried to do it with housing authorities around the country. Now, you got something very special here. This is heartwarming. What's more important than helping another soul?
We didn't coat today.
Did you get your coat? And what do you think?
It's pretty good. It's blue, and I like it because my favorite color is blue.
It's very well organized. Everyone has been helpful. It's such a lively environment, whether the participants or the organization. It's done very well. You're not treated like a number. You come in, they're smiling, they're helpful. It's very well done.
When we come to events like this, it's very heartwarming and warming to come and get some coats. Because like she said, it's very cold. Just the music and stuff is very nice and well organized.
Yeah, I needed a coat because I only have small coats, so they gave me a big coat and I'm happy for it. Hey, it's fun. It's like music and everyone's happy here. It's fun.
We believe in giving children brand new coats, and the reason we do that is when a child gets a brand new coat, they know that somebody cares about them, that they're worth a brand new coat. They feel like $1 million, they have greater self-confidence, and they've got the warmth to get to school on a cold winter day.
The SOAR program is a 2-year demonstration from HUD. It's a grant-funded program giving us the opportunity to reach up to 750 CHA youth with one-on-one college support. It's a really big deal for us. At CHA, we have a variety of education supports, but the opportunity to add in college counseling and one-on-one support for our youth is going to be a game changer.
Tiffany is my navigator, and she's helped me a whole lot because at my school we only have one counselor, so it's like I have better access because I have individual one-on-one help versus having to compete with other people to get my counselor's attention.
Having a navigator is such a huge difference because I didn't really have nobody before. So Symphony, she's an amazing person. She helped me pretty much do college applications because I'm older, I'm 20, so she's helping me get into college. I've never been to college before, and she helped me apply for scholarships and stuff like that.
It's a big thing, like a chance for us to do things, like to see how it is to go around not being in high school and the classes, and it prepared me because it showed me like certain things that I would need to bring, and how much like you would be on your feet just to walk around, traveling just to get to classes.
Actually, majority of our students are first generation college students, and because of that, they may not have had someone, or they don't have someone in their family that may have gone to college. And so for us, it gives us opportunity to really work with them and make sure that they have access to the same resources as other students who may have had someone in their family go to college.
So we've had our education navigators working in our different communities. The things that are really working are our college tours, just those one-on-one sessions. We're getting the FAFSA done, we're getting those college applications done. Sitting down with students one-on-one and really connecting around those applications has been really key.
Because it helps a lot, especially with education. Whether you are in 8th grade, they got 8th graders viewing colleges, and when I was in 8th grade, I wasn't looking at colleges, I was barely looking at high schools.
It opened my eyes to a lot of things that I didn't know. It made me want to explore my options for college.
Get into the SOAR program because not only does it help you connect with colleges and schools and stuff, you get a mentor, you get help, you get to see more.
It makes me feel good. It makes me feel supported. Like even more like it's support, but like to know somebody that's in your corner 100% and always willing to help you and go out their way to do anything so you can be successful. It's amazing. It's the best feeling.
Yeah, today's event was to do outreach to residents that reside on the South Side, to connect them with companies and employers.
We're able to connect with candidates individually and talk about their skills and their desires for a job.
It helped me improve a lot because I learned different things from different people that I'm talking to them. And I'm going to take that and I'm going to carry that with me into my next job opportunity.
We are here to ensure that our residents are aware of the Section 3 field office, where we're located, and the services that we provide.
All the vendors are here, and what's so great about it, all of them are hiring. So we have someone here for everyone that fits everyone's needs. It's so important that our folks that want to work get an opportunity to get a chance to work.
Today I'm back. And today I got a full-time job. I'm not no part-time worker.
Well, so far this event has been helping me out. I feel confident today. The job opportunities are great. It's a great blessing, and many doors are opening for me. I'm looking forward to it.
Shedd Aquarium is bringing out fish from our local waterways. We are peeling back our local waters to show Chicagoans the other Chicagoans. Well, this idea actually came from the community, and they said, wow, with your new mission, it'd be great if you could have like an ice cream truck that traveled around and showed people fish. We can't see in our water, we don't know what the fish look like. And so we were like, wow, that's really interesting. So I brought it back to our team of aquarists and our facilities people and said, can we make this happen? And this is what we came up with.
It's like a puzzle, like you gotta like dig the stuff out like the sand and put it on like the thing like where it goes on the paper.
To see something like this is great. It's great. We need more of this. It's wonderful to see kids with the jumping jam and the kids having fun.
And so we want the opportunity to have the kids be proud of where they live and where they come from. So we want to bring something out here to give them a sense of pride, a sense of ownership, and let them know that regardless of what the outside talk about, Argyle is a great community, and they should be proud of where they live.
This is my house. This is my house. When I hadn't even walked through the front door. And it's like a feeling that come over you, like this is where you belong. This is where you need to be. And when I walked through the door and I seen it, I'm like, tears. And I'm like, this is actually where we need to be.
The mobility counseling program is for HCV voucher holders. It's a program to introduce families to different neighborhoods in the city of Chicago. We assist families in finding units in these different neighborhoods in the city of Chicago, neighborhoods that will provide them a sense of safety, new schools, overall better amenities, and better stability and quality of life.
This opportunity was amazing. I mean, it was a struggle at the beginning because I don't want to move. You had that mindset, I don't want to move. I don't want to go there. These people are not going to like me, and I'm in the wrong area. No, this is the right area.
I think most families are fearful when they go into what is unfamiliar to them, but when they get there, they realize that there is more diversity, and there is one common goal between families, and that is raising children in a safer neighborhood.
It's peaceful. Kids running up and down the street, and people sitting on their porch enjoying the weather. Activities now like at the park, baseball and track, and they can do all that now.
Our role is to conduct a 3-hour workshop to educate the clients on what the mobility program is, the areas of the mobility program. We cover the do's and don'ts. We also kind of highlight on the tenants' rights and responsibilities so they'll know what their responsibility is, as well as the responsibility of the owners.
Since the onset of the program, 86% of households have remained in their community, and roughly about 11% of these households are earning a higher income as opposed to those not living in a mobility area.
Where we came from, McDonald's, KFC, where I'm at now, you got Tony's, Jewel's, and you have everything fresh right around you.
It's not just one family, it's many families who are grateful, who give me a call or send me an email to let me know that they are happy, that they took an opportunity to explore one of these communities, that they took a chance on the program, and that they moved with their family.
This is where if somebody's trying to get their life together, get their kids on the right track, get their health in order, get their self in order, this is the right move. This is where they need to be. They need to be signed up for this program. It's a blessing.
Our 2019 CHA Operation Warm event is our 12th annual event. We're giving away 7,500 coats. We've got a service fair with 30 vendors, brand new winter coats for public housing youth that live throughout the city of Chicago.
So this event is the single largest event that Operation Warm does every year. We provide coats to kids in 47 states and a couple of provinces in Canada. Last year, 405,000 children received one of our coats, but the single largest event that takes place on one day is this partnership with the CHA.
I'm pretty much getting coats from my family for the winter so we could be prepared. I like that it's pink and it looks very colorful.
It'll be useful for winter and stuff, you know. And I like how they got the texture of the coat. Like, it feels like it's waterproof at the same time. But, you know, it's real comfortable.
This is amazing. This is amazing that so many families would get up on a Saturday and come out and make sure that they have what they need to get through the winter. It's amazing, but it's also a challenge to know that the needs are great, and so we can't just do it by ourselves. And so that's why the sponsors that we have to be able to bring together all the things that we couldn't do by ourselves.
Today we had our 9th annual Take Flight College Reception celebrating 175 CHA youth heading off to over 50 colleges and universities throughout the country.
I'm really grateful for the event because I need a lot of stuff that I didn't have. I got some towels, a desk lamp, some laundry detergent. I needed everything, so I was really grateful for it.
CHA has helped me with scholarships. They've helped me motivate me with networking and with programs. At the time, I thought I was going to be in the medical field. Grant is one of the people that have helped me stay on track for college.
Oh, they gave really good advice, like be open because I'm really introverted, so I'm gonna be joining clubs, you know.
Means that the world is yours and you're going to be given a view of that. And so just be open to it. Be open to new things, new experiences, new people, new subject matters. Be open.
So be fearless. Don't let anyone steal your shine from you. Like, this is your moment, you earned it. Be fearless.
Sweetwater Foundation, we've been repurposing different wood materials from the CPS schools that closed. We're turning it into different arts and sculptures.
It makes me proud to know I could, actually put something together that I've never done before.
So I'm learning how to, well, the basis of writing a script in a movie and pretty much how to build up character, like character development and plot, story, how to keep audiences interested in watching the movie.
Favorite part of the program, being able to write my own script and just being able to see my own work on paper. It feels great. It feels like I've achieved something good and it makes me feel happy.
I've been very interested since a child in creating my own video game, like always, right? And then the fact that I can just do this, and how he teaches it is just so simple,
I learned about Photoshop, which was really cool. It's different when you see on like computers. You're like, oh, this good. But like when you actually print it, it just be like, dang, I really just did this. Like you can look on the like poster boards, for example, like anywhere, and you're like, okay, I can make something similar to this because I did it. So it just like it feels very amazing.
We're really excited to be able to bring a couple dozen colleges to our Summer Youth Employment Program students. So these are students between the age of 18 and 24 who have a summer job with us through the Mayor's Summer Job Program. And we wanted to make sure that as they consider ending their employment with Summer Youth Employment, that they think about their next steps, whether that be college or career.
The type of things that I'm learning are how to make a film come together, whether that's editing or filming and getting interviews together and learning to meet people and how to set up to make a film and working with others as well. It feels good. It makes me feel like I accomplished something or I did something that I never thought I'd be able to do. This is the best thing I ever did out of all summer programs that I ever did in my whole life.
The event today is a unique opportunity for our CHA bigs and our littles to coexist with people that are very successful in many different categories. We have so many different people from diverse backgrounds. If they're entrepreneurship or finance or in government sector, they can really see that there are so many different paths that they can go down, even if they never even thought about it.
Talking about career advancement is really important because the students are at an age where that's appropriate. So they're starting to think about these things, and so we have a wide variety of individuals in different sectors. So it piques any student's interest in what they may potentially want to do post high school.
My big thing I want them to take away, there are people out here that are willing to help you. All we need you to do is stand up and say you want it. We're here for you. Coming from the housing complex and living there my entire life, so it's really dear to my heart.
One Million Degrees accelerates community college students on pathways to economically mobile careers. So how we do this is really ensuring that our students are supported through their experience at community college and making sure that they have a system of supports around them.
We at CHA are very excited about this expanded partnership with 1 Million Degrees. We have had a partnership with the City Colleges of Chicago, an intergovernmental agreement for over a decade that has allowed us to support our CHA residents attending city colleges with tuition, books, and fees through a voucher system. And this new partnership with 1 Million Degrees will expand the support that our CHA residents have at City Colleges of Chicago.
I actually came to college with the intention just to see if it was right for me. However, being full-time, it actually showed me that even if I don't like a class, or even if I don't want to take this certain professor, like 1 Million Degrees has shown that it's better to just get through it, because at the end of the day, a degree will change my entire life.
A lot of things have changed for me since I started coming to this school, like 1 Million Degrees. I get a lot of support here. It's more of a community.
So in high school, it was really hectic. I didn't have no help, didn't know what to do. So when I got to OMD and I talked to Chris J, I needed a pathway to start getting nursing, seeing what all classes I needed. So she really got me on track with it.
We provide financial support in the form of performance-based stipends. We provide tutoring supports, and we provide study groups on campus for our students. We also provide personal support, so a program coordinator, somebody who's working with students one-on-one.
First and foremost, financial aid. I didn't understand how any of it worked, and Melanie, one of my the campus coordinator, she actually showed me everything that I needed to know.
It makes you feel like you're not alone. Don't go through it alone. There's always somebody in your corner with you.
We're looking for the students to grow academically. We're looking for the students to grow professionally, and the students to also grow personally throughout this program.
1 Million Degrees are also not only work with you, but they'll work for you in a way. If you mention something in a conversation, they'll bring it up in a session, they'll talk to someone, they'll reach out to someone for you and give you information that you didn't even know you needed.
What I need is very different from what somebody else needs, and they fill that gap. They support you financially, emotionally, psychologically. This is something that's needed and vital to you, your health and your well-being. And you're not going to be the same person going in that you are coming out.
in January of 2018, I attended the Take Flight event. I had no idea what to expect. Graduated in 2017, couldn't find a job. I was job hunting maybe for like 6 to 8 months. I came to the event. I met with Catherine from BMO Harris Bank, and she asked for my resume. I handed her one, and the very next day I got a call from a manager at BMO Harris, and here I am. I was job searching for 6 to 8 months, and then I just kind of got to the point where I'm like, I'm just gonna be a bum. Like, it's just not working for me. And I didn't realize how hard it was to find a job. Like, you hear people talk about it, and it's just kind of like, no, you fill out an application, like, you'll be fine. You know, you just call, you stay on it. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be. So CHA was a blessing.
At the 2018 program, Kiera Russell, we met her here. Ironically, late in the process, late in the day, which led to the beginning of a process of her finding a full-time job. That is just a fantastic happening that worked out. She's been with us, I think, about 10 months now and doing very, very well. So hopefully she'll be with us for a long time.
It's exactly what I wanted to do, dealing with people. I like to help people. I like banking. I got my degree in business administration, so it's exactly where I wanted to be. So I love it.
Today is Take Flight Staying the Course, which is our midwinter check-in with our current CHA college students and recent graduates. We position this event specifically in January so that we can touch base with our students before they head back to school for spring semester, or also check in with those grads from May who may not have landed a job in their field just yet.
Events like this are super important for the community because they give kids a chance to not only meet companies but make potential connections that otherwise they would be going without. I think one of the things that most college students don't realize is the importance of networking and of making those connections.
Attending an event like this is awesome because not only they bring different companies from different statutes, but they bring companies that you never heard of before here to meet with you, take time out their busy schedule to meet with us, to give us internships, and to give us more money in our pockets to pay for schooling and things we need in the future.
I think part of the goal should be that you walk out a little bit more exposed, a little bit more smarter about what's out there in the marketplace. We're banking, but as I look around, there's other industries and other opportunities. And you know, when you're young, you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know a lot about some of these career paths, but if they can take the time, engage in what should be a pretty friendly base of employers here, I think they can learn about some different paths they might want to consider.
The networking went well, mainly because since I'm a senior at my university, I've been applying for jobs already. So coming here and already having applied for one of the Blue Cross Blue Shield positions, it was very refreshing to meet them here today.
For us, it's really the next level of the work we do. Making this last connection for them is something that no school does. And so it's really important for us as a housing partner to extend our network to our students and make sure that they're aware that we support them from the day they start school, past graduation, into their first job.
I see the struggles that students just like myself go through trying to find these opportunities, and so I think noticing that struggle but then coming here to see that the opportunities are available is what really just shook me today. So yeah, I'm leaving with that still on my heart.
So today on a cold, wintry, very snowy Saturday, we are having our annual Youth Summit in partnership with the Chicago Housing Authority. We've done this annual Youth Summit engaging young people who live in public housing to get together from all across the city in one spot downtown and to really get trained on how they can identify issues that are important to them and how to take action.
So I've had the pleasure to sit in with a few workshops. So the kids are doing breakout sessions where they're having engaging conversations, talking about what's going on in the community. They are doing skill building exercises. The workshops consist of talking about what's in their neighborhood, getting to know one another.
I want them to take away that there is people out there that actually care about them and that want to see them be successful in life and have all the things that they need in life in order to get to the success they want to get. That they don't have to struggle. They can come and get help.
Today what's happening is just basically a call of kids from different communities, just coming in, just expressing the way they feel about what's going on in their community. As of right now, this is the fair, the resource fair, just give them the resources that they need to succeed basically in their community.
To leave today's event understanding that they have the skills, they have the energy, and they have the resources within them. We're going to bring it out of them, and they can hopefully move forward, really approaching situations and approaching problems in a different way.
So today we're at the 35th Chicago Housing Authority Senior Gala here at the Hyatt Regency. We have 1,800 seniors coming from across all over the city of Chicago. We've got Oak Street Health here that's actually doing photo booths. It's been really fun for them to do that. They get pictures with their friends, and then also they get to go ahead and enjoy entertainment.
All you have to do is stick that camera through that door and see them seniors out there dancing. You heard them laughing with Mr. Wallace while he was talking and telling his joke. Man, let me tell you, the energy is just great.
I like everything, the entertainment, the enjoyment. See, I'm just a new senior, so I'm trying to fit in. I love it. I said I made it. Mm-hmm.
So this is a great opportunity to reach out to the seniors, let them know about services that are available within the city. A lot of times people just don't know that things are available and how to access them, so this is a great opportunity.
It's a north side here in the room today. It means everything to them. When this comes along, it gets them up, have them moving. They appreciate coming out. It's just everything to them.
As time go on and years go on, we live, we're going to keep coming back again, and again.
I think coming here today, folks get to learn about how to
Committee members just finished meeting in closed session, and we are ready to start the business portion of the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. Lee, may we have a roll call to establish a quorum?
Here.
Here. Here. Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Commissioners Brewer, Chairman Herlock, Commissioner Matanke, and Parker are also in attendance. At this time, speakers are reminded to register at the sign-in desk to address the committee. Registration will continue for the next 5 minutes. After the 5 minutes have expired, the Secretary will not accept any more cards. Comments from the audience will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will be voted upon after public participation. Your comments must be related to the items listed on today's Finance and Audit Committee agenda. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to address the committee. You will be advised when 30 seconds remain and when your time is up. As a reminder, personal attacks and abusive language leveled at commissioners, staff, residents, or other individuals will not be tolerated. Individuals who are disruptive during the meeting will be given a warning and will, if necessary, be removed from the meeting. The first voting matter today is the minutes for the Finance and Audit Committee meeting of September 17, 2019. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion carries, and the September 17 meeting minutes are approved as submitted. Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me. We have 6 items for consideration today by the Finance and Audit Committee. The first 3 items will be presented by Michael Moran, Chief Financial Officer. We'll start with item number 1, approval of the FY 2020 comprehensive budget. Michael?
Morning, Commissioners. I'm here with Alexis Zhao. She's our Deputy Chief and our Budget Director. And we had met with board members previously to go through the 2020 budget, and we're here today to request approval of CHA's 2020 budget. The 2020 budget is $1.1 billion, which is a similar amount to last year's budget. Major components of the budget are the voucher program for $560 million. We've got $227 million for property operations, and we have $169 million for capital. Are there any questions?
Commissioners, questions, comments? Please.
In the 2020 budget, I just want to know, did you allow for any flexibility in case we have to move certain funds from one area to the next?
It's not unusual for us to do budget revisions during the year. We do have a small contingency as well, so to answer your question, yes. We do.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Just for the record, I'd like to state that each commissioner has been briefed individually on the budget. And so if you think that, because you hear no questions, that there's less interest, that's not accurate. Obviously, everyone's gone over it in great detail and had all their questions answered, I believe, in those briefings.
Correct.
I do have just one question I'll ask. There's large decreases in third-party financing and the category other funding. How does that impact our overall outlook?
The third-party financing is just our use of the bonds, so we have those funds set aside, but we're just choosing not to use them at this time. So that's why you see a reduction there. With the other funding, we had budgeted last year $19 million in land sales, which was very aggressive, and so we do not have that in the 2020 budget.
Thank you.
What is the balance available in the bond fund?
Can't hear you, James. Can you speak up?
The balance available in the bond fund was the question?
Yes.
I believe we're at around $200 million available.
Thank you.
When will the budget become public for view of?
Pardon me?
When will the budget become available for public view?
After we get board approval, we'll be posting it on the website. Usually it's within a month. So
Within a month?
yes.
Can you talk about reserves? Are there reserves beyond the industry standard of 3 months?
There are not. Our reserves are relatively low at this time. We had excess reserves in the past. Those dollars have been spent down, and so our reserves are at the industry standard.
HUD compliant?
Pardon me?
They're compliant with HUD standards?
We
Am I
are
not-
at the HUD requirements.
Any other questions, Commissioners?
Yeah, in the budget book, I think that you received an award for your presentation, and what did that entail? Why did we receive such an award?
So that's the Government Finance Officers Award, and we've received it for, I believe it's the last
18, 19 years.
18, 19 years. And basically, there's a list of criteria that you have to have in your budget book. We send the budget book to them with a mapping of that criteria. They have it reviewed by 3, typically it's other government finance officers, other CFOs, for instance, and then they give us a report on that. And as we mentioned, we've gotten the award for the last 18 years.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioners, if there are no other questions, I'd like to move on to item number 2. Authorization to award contract for independent auditing services, recommended awardee Ernst & Young LLP in an aggregate amount of $4,695,000. Michael?
So we're requesting the board to authorize CHA to enter into a contract with Ernst & Young for independent auditing services. It's a 2-year base with 3 one-year options, not to exceed $4,695,000. Are there any questions?
Could you briefly explain the process that you went through and the scoring to pick them?
Sure. We publicized the RFP, directly contacted some public accounting firms, got a response. I believe we've got 5 responses. Went through an evaluation process, so there's a team. There were 4 people on the team. They evaluated a series of categories with scoring for each category. Those are then summed up. There's a range put together, and there were 3 firms in that acceptable range, and then they were ranked based on those points. And then we selected from that group.
And we didn't pick the lowest cost because?
We did not pick the lowest cost. We picked the firm that had the best technical score. They had the best oral presentation. They had the highest MWDBE score, equal with Deloitte, who was one of the other contenders. They were actually at a lower hourly rate than Deloitte, who was the second firm. But we chose them because the reason the price was higher is because they're anticipating or budgeting for more hours. It was 5,200 hours versus 3,800 hours. And in our estimation, we felt Deloitte was underestimating the hours required. It's a very complex audit. And E&Y has done this for the last 14 years, and so they're familiar with us, and we think their hour estimate is more accurate.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Not, we'll move on. Thank you very much, Michael. The next item on the agenda is item number 3. This year's Michael as well. Authorization to ratify the letter of agreement between the CHA and the Public Building Commissioner. Is it the Building Commissioner or the Building Commission? In an amount not to exceed $2 million for the renovation of the Whitney Young Library.
We're requesting the board ratify a letter of agreement.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sure. We're requesting the board to ratify a letter of agreement between CHA and the Public Building Commission for the renovation of Whitney Young Library. We're requesting funding of $2 million and an intergovernmental agreement and other documents as required. There are 2,172 CHA households within 1 mile of the Whitney Young Library. Any questions?
And so earlier in the briefing, you stated that this library is already constructed. This is just us approving the agreement that we had in the past.
That is correct.
So the library is already in use by our residents?
There are, as I mentioned, over 2,000 households within 1 mile of the library.
Commissioners, any other questions? Any comments? Now, we'll move on to item number 4, authorization to invest non-federal funds. Thank you, Mike. Moving on to item number 4, authorization to invest non-federal funds in an amount not to exceed $1.5 million into a partnership between the Chicago Housing Authority, Chicago Housing Consulting Services, I apologize, Inc., and the Habitat Company related to the commercial development known as Ogden Commons. Michael Gorgoni, Chief Investment Officer, will present this item. Michael?
Good morning, Commissioners. We are asking for authorization to invest non-federal funds in the amount of $1.5 million into a partnership between the Chicago Housing Consulting Services, which is the revenue concession agent for the authority as a 501c4 nonprofit, alongside $1.5 million with the Habitat Company relating to the commercial development at Ogden Commons, and execute all necessary documents to implement the foregoing. These funds will be used to construct a 50,000 square foot commercial building, which is also being funded through $15 million from PNC, both in mortgage and opportunity zone equity. And in addition to that, the City of Chicago is investing $2.5 million in a neighborhood opportunity fund. The idea here is we're develop alternative revenue for the authority to invest those proceeds back into its community and projects. And for instance, and just, it will provide for 25,000 square foot of new facility for Sinai Health System, along with the neighborhood jog grill and steak and shake on Ogden Avenue, right? Yes. Do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
We're talking about right now building commercial space, 600,000 square foot commercial space. We got a commitment we're gonna build some houses.
Yes, we do, and I think it's part of the next phase, and I'll let our Chief Development Officer address that.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. I'm Ann McKenzie,
You need to
Chief
speak
Development
up.
Officer.
Put the mic, pour the mic up
I'm
to
getting
you.
closer. Ann McKenzie, Chief Development Officer. The idea is that this retail commercial space leads the residential. There is already an application into the City of Chicago for 9% low-income housing tax credits and into Illinois Housing Development Authority. So the developer is working very hard on the first phase, which will be just behind this. The first phase of residential will be 111 units. of residential, and it will be a mix of affordable CHA and market.
Do we have a start date, or is just something we think it could be 10, 20 years from now? Do we have an actual start date on the housing?
We are waiting for the low-income housing tax credits and the other financing. We plan for it to close in 2020. The plan has been to lead with the Ogden development before, or the development right on Ogden before this. So the idea is that this construction starts and then they move right into the residential. We are talking third or fourth quarter of 2020 for that start.
So you're talking about 2020 for this construction to start?
Yes.
Third quarter. And you're talking about 2020 come with the housing options, right? So if this is not, this construction not gonna start till third quarter?
No, I'm sorry.
If this construction is not gonna start till next year?
This will start now. The commercial will start in 2019.
Next month, this month?
It will close, it has to close before year end to get the equity financing.
Do they have their permits already?
They have a permit if we ain't voting
They're in
on it.
for permits. They're definitely in for permits.
They can't get their permits till we ratify it at the board. So they can't get their permits until we vote on it. So I wouldn't see them having their permits, because they don't know if it's a done deal yet.
I'm not clear with that, but I believe you can put the application. I think the application is, and there's a process that starts with preliminary items, generally.
This developer was approved a few years ago for development, so they are in for permit for the retail.
That's something we need to discuss. Never knew that.
And so, could I ask a question?
We need to drop dead date when they gonna start building houses. I can't see building commercial. And right across the street where they building that, you got homeless people sleeping on the bench. There's a big tree out there with homeless folks. If you go out there now, you'll see their tent and all their clothing and bags around them to keep them warm. You build a commercial space, yet we don't have any housing. I was just over there. I could take you over there and show you.
So, Gorgoni, I want to ask you the same question I asked you when briefing in the public, is that although we're not starting construction, is these firms ready to commit to our Section 3 requirements, or do we have Section 3 requirements on a commercial bill?
It's my understanding that the Alderman's office has been working with their liaison, and there is a job and workforce development plan for the entire 10-acre site.
Right. And so is anybody from our firm standing down on making sure that they're meeting, again, I'm asked the same question, any Section 3 requirements that this federal funding that we're allowing for them to use to hire our Section 3 businesses or our Section 3 tenants? That's my question. That's my only question.
Yes, for the Section 3 compliance, we have a department that does all that and gets all of the payroll as well as the subcontracting for minority and Section 3.
So I just want to look at the compliance part just to make certain that we don't have our people coming back saying that we wasn't allowed to work, we wasn't allowed to do this on the first phase because we haven't got to your project yet. You understand what I mean, Mike?
We can definitely give you the reconciliation.
Okay, thank you.
And in addition, a commensurate benefits agreement was negotiated with the owner for those long-term jobs in the retail and with Sinai Health Systems.
I'm talking about the construction part.
I understand, but I just wanted to add that.
Okay.
Is that CBA an official part of the agreement, the signed agreement that we have?
It is official of the purchase and sale agreement for the land, yes.
And then just to clarify too, you said that there are 9% credits that are being requested from both IDA and the city?
There's a 9% application into the city and a 4% application into IDA, just so that there's a way to close on the housing next year.
Would you please go over our ownership in the retail and the residential after this is done?
Sure.
Explain it to.
Okay, so what it is so the CHCS as well as Habitat are investor members. And then it's part of a larger development joint venture, which includes partners that represent the North Lawndale, Ogden JV, as well as Sinai and CitySpace. And that, along with Habitat as well, who is the managing member. So that whole conglomerate is the commercial developer for this, what is really considered the Phase 1 project.
So we anticipate, if the project is successful, to get additional funds for revenue from this.
So we're negotiating the operating agreement currently, but as it stands now, preliminary, we're getting a 3% preferred return, as well as cash flow, which is projected at 5 to 7% annually over 10 years, and we'll maintain an 8% equity stake along with Habitat on this commercial property, which is designed then to be, as part of the opportunity zone and new tax law, it is designed to get the opportunity zone funding from PNC out after 10 years. So it's a 10-year hold for the equity fund.
Thank you. So we're leasing the land to them. We're leasing our land.
No, I do not believe this land is leased. This is, this land is
This
being,
is ours.
is part of a sale component, is that correct? Yeah, so this is like 1.1 acres of an overall 10-acre project. Okay.
So within a completion of the total project, did you, if I remember correctly, you said that low-income or residents will be able to own homes there, so they got a for sale component for affordable sales component?
There will be a for sale component that will probably be coming in 2021 or 2022. The first phase that I'll be bringing to you in 2020, early 2020, will be a financing plan for a rental phase.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? Hearing none, I think we'll move on. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Ann. Next on the agenda is item number 5, which will be presented by Brian Land, Chief Information Officer, authorization to enter into a 5-year support and maintenance agreement with Salesforce in the total amount of $2,070,600 to provide software licenses. Brian?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning. We discussed this item early this month. This is a recommendation to renew our contract with Salesforce for subscription services. We use it in 2 major areas. We use it in HCV for ticket tracking and escalation, and we use it in resident services for our case management services. I'll be happy to answer any questions for you.
Right. I know I asked before was the interface, and I also asked about the job bank for the residents. Usually when you go in, you have to go through this long line just to find residents. Have we come with a mechanism or a way they can interface, or they could just weed out CHA, public housing residents, from everyone else? Right now you go in the system, you can't. If I was a vendor, I have to go through this long list one by one. If I don't get to number 99, I had to start at number 1 and reject number 1.
And there were some discussions after the briefing, and some of the teams said that we do need to build another interface between the current HCV wait list and the current HOP list. So there are discussions now with internal CHA to make that happen.
And what about the job bank?
I'm not familiar
The
with
Section
the job.
3.
I'm not familiar with the job bank.
We go into the system, we go online, upload our resume or whatever. And if a vendor wants to get any resident from CHA through the Section 3 portal, they have to go from, if I want number 89, I have to go start at number 1 to get to 89. I have to start at 1. I can't go from straight in and go straight to 89. I have to start at 1, delete or reject, and reject and reject till I get to 89.
Now, the Section 3 system has been built according to HUD federal guidelines.
It wasn't according to HUD guidelines. HUD said we need to build a system, do this, this, and this, and we built the system. And we as the authority made it the way we thought it should work instead of the way it should work. A lot of times we ask for a lot of things instead of y'all giving us what we ask y'all for. Y'all give us what you want us to have, so therefore we wind up suffering. So we need to change the system. It's not built to HUD specs. It's built because the HUD say we need to have it, but they didn't say exactly what you all got in the system set up. So we need to change the system that's going to fit the needs of the residents, because there's too many people laughing all the way to the bank but us.
And again,
We need to fix the system.
We
It
build
ain't working.
We're open to and to make modification that fits our needs.
We'll make them. I'll be there.
Any other comments, commissioners, or questions? Hearing none, Brian, thank you very much. The last matter on the agenda is item number 6, authorization to award contracts in an aggregate not to exceed amount of $655,000 to various Illinois licensed attorneys to act as hearing officers and presenters for Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Hearings. Cheryl Costin, Chief Legal officer will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. We are recommending the award of contracts to 10 licensed attorneys to serve as hearing officers for Housing Choice Voucher administrative hearings. The attorneys preside over hearings involving HCV participants who have been issued a violation for not complying with their family obligations under the HCV program. Each of the attorneys are experienced in the area of administrative hearings, and most of them are current hearing officers in the program. Each contract has a one-year base term of January 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2020, and 4 one-year options. Are there any questions?
We have 3 new ones, the rest of them is returning, right?
Four new ones, Commissioner.
The rest of them are returning.
Correct.
And so far, there haven't been that many complaints like it used to be.
So, Cheryl, I wanted to ask a question about, you talked about in the briefing that, again, these attorneys are, or legal folks are non-biased. They ain't siding with the CHA or the resident, and they're just a neutral figure in determining whatever the case may be in front of them?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Cheryl? Okay, thank you, Cheryl. That concludes the items. Now we will begin our public participation. We'll start with public participation. Registration is now closed. Lois will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. As a reminder, personal attacks and abusive language leveled at commissioners, staff, residents, or other individuals will not be tolerated. Individuals who are disruptive during the meeting will be given a warning and will, if necessary, be removed from the meeting. Our first registered speaker is Jackie Page. Jackie, are you here? Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
Morning.
Several things I want to speak on. First, I would like to speak on item 1, the comprehensive budget. I am a voucher holder and a former member of the Voucher Holder Advisory Board. And I would like for there to be an item in this budget for the Voucher Holder Advisory Board. I don't see one. I didn't see one. And the Voucher Holder Advisory Board has been in training, from what I understand, for, well over 4 years. How much training does an advisory board need? When I was a member, we were in training, and this new board is in training. They need to get out of training and get their memorandum of understanding, get their independence, and get a line item in the budget. The next thing I would like to speak on is item 3. It's not clear on the resident use of these facilities. They come and get the funds, but the residents don't really get a use out of these facilities. This fosters the idea of pay to play. What really is the CHA residents getting out of this funding that's going to Whitney Young, which usually is a selective school, and it wasn't really answered how many residents were going to use this. And the next thing I would like to ask is, are all these partnerships bidded out, and can the bid item numbers be displayed when you discuss this? Thank you.
Could I just make a comment for the record? I just want Jackie to know that there's no advisory board in training. It's actually no advisory board at all at this point. It's disbanded.
It's disbanded?
Yeah.
That's even worse.
Our next registered speaker is Rhonda Nan. Am I pronouncing that correct? Rhonda Nan? Okay, we'll move on. Rhonda, unless I'm missing you. Our next registered speaker is Sheila Brown. Brown, are you here?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sheila Brown. I'm here representing the Cinecares Foundation at Cinespace Chicago Film Studios. As you mentioned in item number 4, there is a partnership between the CHA, Habitat, and Cinespace and Sinai to develop a project over there. And as the executive director of Cinecares, it is our intention to grow our programming over there. So one of our signature programs that we do in an attempt to try and create workforce and opportunities for people who are often marginalized in our business is a 24-week job training program that we currently have. We started that small because oftentimes people misunderstand what Cinespace is. Cinespace is a real estate company. We own the land, we develop the studios, and we hire tenants. So when people say, oh, I want to work for Cinespace, well, we have 10 people that work for Cinespace. What I think you want to do is work for NBC, Fox, or those types of natures. But what we've done is use our relationship with those networks to say, please give us opportunities where we can come in and bring folks from traditionally underserved communities on the west and south sides of Chicago into a job training opportunity and give them jobs. And that is what they have done with us. So we have, over the last couple of years, put 43 people through job training on Chicago Fire, PD Med, and Empire. 30 of them have finished their, I'm sorry?
30 seconds left.
30 of them have finished their training at that time, and every one of them are employed in this industry, including one of the interns you will hear from. So, you know, some of them go from having no jobs or low-income jobs, and after the 24-week training, the networks bring them in. They get into unions. When they get into unions, the foundation pays for that, and they go on to quite often six-figure jobs. So we're looking to do more of that from that location. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next registered speaker is Jesse Green.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jesse Green. I am the Director for Campus and Community Development and Government Affairs for Sinai Health System. We're very pleased to be here before you today to talk about the Ogden Commons project. Sinai has been in the North Lawndale community, which is where I have my roots, grew up in, for over 100 years. And we're not just a healthcare institution. We've been involved in many forms of development over the last 20 years for New Homes of Chicago, and partnered with the CHA just 6 years ago on developing the first phase of the Ogden Commons, the Park Douglas project, which is 157 units of mixed income housing on this site that we're talking about today. Sinai is well-versed in engaging the community. Unlike any other healthcare institution, about 30% of our caregivers, that's from upper-level management to our service industry individuals, engaging them into employment opportunities. We have about a $100 million project that we're undertaking now that's on our own campus, and that's a multi-year project. And from that project, we've been able to engage community at about 30% of our workforce on those construction projects are from our community, and about another 20% come from those local zip codes around that community. So we're very pleased to be a part of this project and excited about working with the Housing Authority again on this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Our next registered speaker is Mr. George Blakemore.
To the presenter of Finance and Audit. You are doing brutal economics here. You, sir. And you telling me that, and you over here telling me that I can't use the race issue. I can see. I'm not blind. I can see white. I can see black. I can see Hispanic. I dare you tell me that. Anyway, it's voodoo economics. Habitat is a racist organization itself. Mount Sinai is also a racist hospital. If you can't pay all your money, then you have to go to Cook County Health and Hospital System to deliver comprehensive health care. So, and you setting up your budget, sir, and you said on the website, most of the elder people and seniors, some of them are not savvy when it comes to internet. You got to have this, you got to educate and inform and break this budget down where to at least common denominator where the average person can understand where this money is going. This mixture between public money and private is not working in the interest of black people. This mixture, if we come out shortchanged on these jobs, goods, contracts, and services. So again, this is voodoo economics here. You know what that means? It's corrupt, fraud, and waste and abuse. So this is why I came here to speak to my people. The public money and private money, that mix doesn't work. It makes the white get richer and the blacks get poor. These public funds are supposed to lift us up, black people, people of color, black people that were enslaved here in America. And we need our reparation right now.
The next registered speaker is Tamika Holt. Ms. Holt.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to speak on several items, but I want to say welcome, Ms. Angela Hurlock.
Yes.
New chairperson of the board. Number one, piggyback off of Ms. Page about budgeting for HCV residents. I find it very interesting that CHA uses HCV money, the money that comes in from the federal government, for everyone else but HCV residents. We are in the very fabric of this city, every community just about, except for the ones that won't let us in. But yet you spend the money with everyone else. There needs to be some real oversight about all of these groups coming in and talking about, oh, we're doing this for the resident, we're doing that for the resident, give us $2 million, give us $3 million. But there is no real check and balance system in place to check up behind these people to see what are you doing. Social service agency, all of them. They've been running the gamut for years. This is their personal pocketbook. Just as simple as that. They can always count on contract. Number three, why is CHA still padding sister agency budgets? Talking about how many residents in the area. How many residents are using these facilities? But yet you won't put the money into the facilities you have right on your own property that you own to expand what used to be community centers. Now you turn them into resource centers. The children are not playing and being social in the library because it's a environment. But yet you won't put monies into the community centers that you have to expand them and turn them back to community centers versus resource centers. Send the resources to the library. Send them there. Number 4, financing. You still letting these developers run rampant. You keep talking about they have Section 3 participation, blah, blah, blah. But what you're not saying is they're not using low-income Section 3 non-union businesses, which it was intended for low income. They're not doing that, and they've been negating the process for a long time. And you wonder why we keep putting in complaints to HUD and starting to get the investigation started.
Thank you. Next, our final registered speaker is Lindsey Graves. Ms. Lindsey Graves. I'm sorry. I apologize, sir.
Lindsey Graves, President of Vivian Carter. Good morning, commissioners, and welcome aboard, Chairman Hurlock. It was very heartening to have you to show up at the inaugural and speak to us. It shows your concern and also the wisdom of our mayor to put a housing advocate finally at the head. I think that this is going to be a new beginning for us all, and as Dr. Mildred, she stated very clearly the time is now. But I want to turn to the audit, number 2 item there, because see, in my experience in going around the 18 buildings in the election, there's very disturbing circumstances that has developed. And I think that we need to have a more concise audit to be made public so we can ascertain, as me as a building president and other presidents, to understand where the money is actually going. Because in this situation, your Section 3 people are forced to cut each other's throat to the lowest denominator. Their quality of work is excellent. I want to emphasize that to the Section 3 workers. However, the quality of the materials that are utilized as a result of this process has been to the detriment of the residents. You have spent $19 million over at Lincoln Perry without even an elevator. There should be a concise, I've stated it before, I think you need it now because of the incorporation matter that I brought up in previous meetings. You should have a president on each board of director. It's not going to hurt anybody, it's just one vote. But it would give us a real-time understanding of whatever it is that is being offered or presented to the building, to where we could have a voice, at least, at the board of director meetings to the individual corporation. I've incorporated corporations, so I know how it works. And so once again, I just want to say also, the vending machines, I've had great difficulty in getting any kind of accounting of an on-time current. Money is taken every day, every month, every year, but I cannot get any kind of response until at the end of the year. I would like a quarterly report of the actual gross revenues as well as our percentage. That where we can ascertain for any future negotiations that it will be a fair response to the people as far as the money that's available to the tenants. Thank you.
Everyone would, but.
Thank you very much. Since that was our last registered speaker, on behalf of the Finance and Audit Committee members, thank you for your comments. Commissioners, you have heard comments from the public. Do we need any further discussion on any of the items presented today? Hearing none, I'd like to present an omnibus motion for the...
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Let me make one correction. One of the questions that was asked during the budget presentation is, where are we with respect to reserves relative to the HUD requirement? The HUD's recommended requirement is 6%. We're slightly below 6%. So I just want you to understand that.
Thank you. CEO. Any other discussion? Clarification? Question? Hearing none, I'd like to present an omnibus motion for the approval of items number 1 through 6. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, I'm on the committee.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Are you doing any abstention?
I will get to that.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals?
I am abstaining from item number 4.
Madam Secretary, let the record show that Commissioner Hart has abstained from vote on item number 4. Are there any additional opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, items 1 through 6 are approved. Since there is no further business to discuss, I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? Hearing none, the November 19th Finance and Audit Committee meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I want my pass. Good morning and welcome to the November 19th Tenant Services Committee meeting. My name is Megan Hart and I'm the chair of the Tenant Services Committee. Before I call the meeting to order, because we have so many new attendees in the audience that weren't here when we opened today's meeting, I'd like to give a brief introduction of Chairperson Angela Herlock. Angela Herlock has been appointed as the new CHA Board Chair. She was appointed as the chair of the CHA Board by Mayor Lightfoot in September 2019. Chair Herlock has more than 20 years of experience in providing affordable, safe, and environmentally efficient housing to low-income residents of Chicago, and she runs an organization in South Chicago and is a great neighborhood partner. A more formal introduction of Chair Herlock will be made at the beginning of the board meeting. Please join me in welcoming our new chair to the CHA. I'd like to call today's meeting to order. The board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Here.
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 Here. Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Commissioners Chico, Herlock, and Matanky are also in attendance. At this time, speakers are reminded to register at the sign-in desk to address the committee Registration will continue for the next 5 minutes. After the 5 minutes have expired, the secretary will not accept any more cards. As a reminder, comments from the audience will be entertained at the conclusion of staff's presentation and discussion by commissioners on the agenda items listed on the agenda. The first voting matter today is the minutes for the Tenant Services Committee meetings of September 17, 2019. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion carries and the September 17, 2019 minutes are approved as submitted. We have 4 items for consideration on today's agenda. The first 3 items will be presented by Mary Howard, Chief Resident Services Officer. We'll start with item number 7, recommendation to award contracts for Family Works Services to YWCA Metropolitan Chicago for an aggregate not to exceed amount of $11,909,554. 2, Near West Side Community Development Corporation for an aggregate not to exceed amount of $8,152,835. To Centers for New Horizons, Inc., for an aggregate not to exceed amount of $14,559,912. And Employment and Employer Services for an aggregate amount not to exceed amount of $15,561,611. And Metropolitan Family Services for an aggregate not to exceed amount of $9,203,387, each for a 2-year base term and 3 one-year option terms. Mary?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
This item is to seek authorization to approve the 2-year base and 3 one-year option for our Family Works contractors as named by Commissioner Hart. Family Works is a family-centered coaching program and is really the cornerstone in which all of our activities and events and services spread out from residents. Through this competitive bid, we have designated 5 areas of the city. Each provider would maintain its presence throughout this service area and be available to our public housing and any interested HCV participants. And I can answer any additional questions that you may have since we've briefed earlier.
I'll start. I see the 4 different areas where you measure impact, which are economic independence, earning power, academic achievement, and stability and quality of life. How do you measure those areas at a high level, and over time, how do you compare?
Sure, that's a great question, Commissioner Brewer. So each of the contractors have specific metrics that we look for and key performance indicators. Those 4 areas for us, as Commissioner Brewer named, which starts with housing stability and quality of life, we measure that in a couple of different ways. One is taking a look at who was a resident on December 31st, and then are they still a resident the following year. So we like to maintain residency. We have about a 89 to 90% rate in that way when we look across the portfolio. We also make sure that when our Family Works providers are receiving referrals from the property management firms, that we're closing those out. That could be for antisocial activity, it could be because of late rent, but we make sure that we're tending to those referrals timely, and so there's monthly coordination meetings that take a look at that. For earning power, we take a look at where individuals start on an economic continuum, and just more broadly in an aggregate that we report out annually in terms of what is the average wage that our residents who are employed are receiving. We've seen about 2% growth each year. And that has been consistent. We also look at labor participation rates of our work-able population, which has also remained consistent with the Illinois participation rate of about 64%. Academic achievement, we look at it in two ways. One, for adults who attend city colleges, we take a look at what is the kind of the persistence, the semester over semester in terms of working towards a certificate or a two-year degree program. For youth, we look at, we have a membership with Chapin Hall, and we take a look at specific aggregate data around school attendance, around transition to high school, around high school graduation rates. And we want to make sure that we are closing the gap. There used to be a significant gap between our kids and CPS overall in terms of some of those items that I mentioned. Through infusing a lot of attention to our youth through services, both with referral partners and with Family Works providers, we're starting to see that gap narrow and be on par with CPS.
Thank you. And it sounds like there's a mechanism, people, or process in place to learn from that data and to continue to improve.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So when you talk about data, I'm looking for actuals, like real factuals. And so with these programs, I don't see like how many students that they're saying that they help assist in getting in college, or how many jobs that we got linked that those jobs took them out of public housing, opposed to, you say, counting them to see if they still a public housing resident the next year. So the matrix that you're giving me is not really satisfactory to me, because I want a better way of tracking why we're giving them $15 million a year, and this was about the third renewal. So they've been in our programs, in our housing authorities for 15 years, and I need to see some real results, not based on statistics, but facts. So when you talk about education, what kind of programs they got to help our students go to college? Can you name any?
So we can sit down specifically with you and show you our comprehensive way that we track.
I'm not talking about tracking. I'm saying, do we got a direct correlation between colleges and students, period? I mean, we don't got to sit down. I'm just asking you that before I vote yes to an additional $65 million that I really want to see a real benefit. So I know you talk about stats, but I'm not asking about stats. I'm just asking about, do we got a direct number or a direct program that links our kids to colleges through these service providers? That's my question.
Sure, we do. So so I think you have met with Cassie Brooks, who is our education director in CHA. She specifically works with the Family Works providers to coach on school choice for those, in the CPS system, as well as the transition from school to college. And we follow those. So the kids that you see at our August going away party, right? That's recruited. We track folks in that way. So everyone that we know that has gone away to school, they have, we track, we keep touch with them. They come back in January. We help make sure that they get internships in the summer, so that there's actual hands-on work that our providers do with folks that get their services.
Like the scholarship program, we do that directly ourselves, right?
We do, but a lot of we administer it, but all the on-the-ground work is from providers that do the outreach and making sure that people are aware of what CHA offers.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
I have a question also for you, Mary. You mentioned that we have the support academic achievements for those students who are with the city colleges. So my question is, do we have a tracking system in place with the city college where our students are presently attending, so we can see where they are and then track them to see the outcomes from our students after they have been?
We absolutely do, Commissioner Harris. So we work very closely with our partners at City Colleges of Chicago. They have staff specifically that work on CHA, and they provide us data. So we share the data so that we know to make sure that people are still enrolling or they're getting to where they want to go.
With that, I'd just like to say that I think it would be good to have that kind of information at hand, and that we're presenting this today.
Sure.
So that we could have that kind of information, and then we can assess within ourselves what is being done, how it's being done, with whom it's being done, and the outcomes from what has been done.
Absolutely, we can prepare that for you all.
I cannot believe Heartland is no longer with us. But we do have the new YWCA. And are they ready to be up and running? Because, you know, they cover a large territory. They're going from north all the way to Dearborn and Hilliard. So hope they're ready. I hope they have some officers in place. And since everyone has changed except for Metropolitan, although she's using Trumbull now and the scattered sites, when will the notices and locations and phone number to the officers go out so people get in touch with them? Bet if Heartland is gone, no one knows where to go. And we're giving centers a lot more, so no one knows who to report to. So is there something in place already? Phones being on, locations?
Yes, thank you for that question. So because this was a competitive bid, we do have a little bit of a shuffle in where providers are serving, as well as some providers no longer serving, and a new entity, the Y, that's here. So earlier this month, letters went out to all of our public housing residents and those in scattered site mixed income, letting them know that there is a change in a Family Works model, and that after board meeting, more information will come. So following your approval today, we will be writing new letters to our residents, letting them know who their provider is and how they get in touch with them. So if there's an office on site at one of our public housing developments, that office will simply be switched over. And if there were scattered site offices that perhaps may no longer be in use, there will be a specific person to call to get in contact with. We would use the time between now and the first of the year to be working with the providers, whether they're new or existing with us, to make that transition together, both of some sensitive resident cases as well as, you know, something like an office number.
Jerry,
You
may I
always
suggest
say-
you also send that notice out to our college students, the people that are not around?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
You all always say 1, 2, and 3 year option. When it comes to the options, you never ask the recipient of the service about the providers. You just bring, oh, we're going to stay in the contract. Why extend the contract? We don't ask the recipients of the service.
Sure. So what we're asking your approval today is enter into a 2-year base with 3 1-year options that would only be exercised if A, we had funding, and B, if the services were good. We do an annual, we did not do it this year because we knew we were changing providers potentially. Every year we do engage in an annual satisfaction survey that does talk about their provider as well as services. And there have been times where we've also held focus groups, and of course we work with the CAC. Usually have quarterly meetings with providers, with our staff,
Yes, we do.
to talk about any issues that arise.
And we do talk about a lot of issues. Also, I didn't see Lundale on here. Lundale Bridgeport, there's 2 Lundales.
North Lawndale,
That-
South Lawndale.
It is covered.
Well, what about Lathrop? So we got a call from Lathrop saying that they're not, no longer receiving services. I know they RAD, so is we doing anything about continue those services
Right.
for the Lathrop development?
So I'm glad that you brought that up, Commissioner. So there is some misinformation about the fact that we would not be providing services to residents of Lathrop. That is not true. Residents of Lathrop will continue to receive services, particularly through their transition.
And so when you talked about the surveys, it's the last thing. CHA staff blitz the communities to ask, to get feedback on these programs. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So we don't use day staff. We use in-house CHA staff to go out in the field and collect the data.
We do. It's resident service staff along, which includes the LA support staff. So they're the ones that go out and go to every site.
So who evaluate the information they bring back?
We do.
Oh, your department?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Any other questions? Hold on just a minute. We have Commissioner Harris asking a question. She's interested in the communications that goes out. Will you hit her button?
Can't hear. Talking to the mic.
She talking to it.
She is. It's not working.
I'm interested in the language. I'm interested in the weight of the wisdom that is presented. There are different weights and levels and dimensions of ways by which we communicate. And therefore, I would just like to kind of see what is being given to our residents and the way that it is presented with the language, that it is clear to them and for them. I know that, we oversee, but I would just like very much to see what is being sent to them or given to them in a written form. Because oftentimes some people receive different messages from communications that are given to them. And therefore, there are times when you need people to interpret for them and to give a better insight to them so that they can better understand what it is that we're trying to do for them. So I would like very much for you to consider that.
Absolutely, no problem.
Commissioner Washington, did you have another question?
No, I just asked what would, Matanka just told me Lathrop fall in at, but what do Lawndale fall in at? That's a whole new area.
That will be through Centers for New Horizons, Commissioner.
Madam Chair has a question.
I did. You mentioned earlier about the engagement with the CAC with these particular providers. Can you talk a little bit more about how our residents are able to feed in not just the satisfaction survey or the focus groups, but how is there ongoing engagement so that we can get the residents to be able to work with the different providers that are being chosen?
Sure, thank you. So when our providers are on the ground and establishing relationships with residents, they often engage and let them know what's going on. We also have staff that are out in each community working with the local advisory council presidents and the property managers wanting to know if anything is going on. We often have these conversations. And so there is opportunity for continual feedback. I'm sorry?
Coordination meeting.
Right, and there is monthly coordination meetings, which is more so around troubleshooting and triaging issues. But residents are also always available to call us and let us know what's going on if something is not working for them.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
This is Mary. So with the new YWMCA, why is it in their write-up they talk about eliminating racism and empowering women? So how do they target that, or how do they approach that issue? They're eliminating racism, how?
Not to put them on the spot, but
here?
because they are new, I did ask them to come here today.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask their CEO, Dory McWater, to, if you wouldn't mind coming up and perhaps giving a quick overview of the YWCA here in Chicago.
Sure, absolutely. So our mission is eliminating racism and empowering women, and we do that on a number of fronts. We serve tens of thousands of families across the metropolitan area, and while our mission is dual, it is because we are very aware and culturally competent where it comes to serving different populations. And so it's not a program for us, it's how we do our services that we want to make sure that we're addressing the systemic issues of race while we do our services versus a separate program outside of our services. And empowering women is also part of our mission, and we make sure that we are absolutely providing services that we see that women need to really ensure that they can excel in the marketplace just like everyone else. And so our mission is really tied to ensuring that we're taking the most marginalized populations and doing work to impact and move them forward.
So you knew and you familiar with our Section 3 requirements and all that type of stuff?
Absolutely, because technically your Section 3 requirement gets to our mission, which is eliminate racism, empowering women by providing opportunity to those, both people of color and women.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
excuse me. You're new to the table. I don't know how good you are, but I'll wait and see. But I hope you bring your S game. Your A game is average, your S game for superior. Because you have not worked it, you have worked for Chicago Housing Authority.
And that's why we're here, because we're eager to serve. I actually had submitted a comment because I wanted to exactly be able to let you know that we are ready. And I have to say that I speak from personal experience that my family came from CHA. My grandmother was able to go to DePaul out of CHA, get her early childhood education degree, and I stand here because of that. So when we say we're committed, I don't mean to get emotional, but we are really committed. We wanted to do this work because we know it's possible. And so that's why we are so eager to serve and do this work and make sure that we're wrapping around all of our services. We have 200 staff, and that we're willing to bring all the staff to bear that we need to get this work done. We actually do a lot of different government contracts, but we're eager to work on the CHA work.
Well, your first charge would be to hire some public housing residents.
I'm sorry.
Your first charge is to hire some public housing residents as part of
Absolutely.
Section 3. And we're going to wait and see how good you are.
Okay, and we're willing, we're up for the challenge, and we appreciate that. We want you to hold us accountable, because we're definitely up to that. Thank you.
What part of town you're operating from?
We actually have sites all over, but we're focusing on Area 1, and so.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
The north side.
North side, yeah.
Oh, okay.
North and South Dallas have Dearborn and Hilliard.
Yep.
Oh, cool. Welcome.
Well, I would just like to say welcome. I do know Ms. McWhorter, and I just want to say that I do support you because of the passion that you have for the people. And that's what I look for, your dedication, your commitment, your drive, and your, just you as a person, having talked with you and worked with you. So thank you so very much.
And we won't let you down.
That's cool.
Thank
We'll
you.
be, I know
Any
you
other
won't.
questions, commissioners? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Troy.
Moving on to item number 8, authorization to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District in an amount not to exceed $550,000 for a one-year term to provide year-round Park District programming for CHA youth. Mary?
So this is our annual request to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Park District. Through this relationship, the parks offer deeply subsidized programming for CHA households, inclusive of HCV. They can take our voucher to any park, and we've tried this past year to make sure that we're making improvements by both having some of their specialized classes for persons who encounter disabilities, as well as trying to do some early registration so that our families are not locked out when the parks open, when they take something. This agreement also does not include anywhere where we have a commensurate benefit agreement. So some of those parks where our residents can go as a mechanism of a different agreement, they don't also utilize the voucher.
Questions? Hearing none, moving on to the last item for Mary, item number 9, authorization to enter into a funding agreement with the Central Advisory Council in an amount not to exceed $1,020,530 for a one-year term.
This item is to seek authorization to enter into our funding agreement with the CAC. The funding agreement supports CHA's resident council, includes base funding, which supports our elected leaders through stipends and training and advocacy on behalf of public housing residents, as well as support the operations of the Central Advisory Council. This funding agreement, as in years past, also includes a business development program for Public Housing Section 3, where they do business development classes and grant-funded assistance.
Any questions?
I have a comment. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Bebley for also supporting the CAC I think this is the first time we've had someone in that position that you hold to be supportive of the CAC. And so I just want the general public to know that there are those who sit on this side who are supportive of what the CAC is trying to do. And I think that it is commendable of you, Mr. Beverly, to give the generous donation that you did at the last installation of the CAC officers. I think we need to give them a hand for that. I think we did it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, so Mary, I wanted to know more about you talked about a entrepreneur program and how often do they run and how many entrepreneurs is graduating from those type of programs from the CAC?
I'm probably not the best one to talk about their programs.
I know Ms. Washington is, but I
since
want
Willie Lewis mostly runs that. But I will tell you from their past go-around, so they have, this is the 4th year that they have done their program. And they had over 100 participants in their program. They have had, it's an 11-week program. Their last one was May of 2019. They meet twice a day in evening and day sessions. They had 87 express an interest in the actual program, not the boot camp part of the program, and they had 39 enrolled, and all 39 successfully completed, and 80% of they had a score that you have to obtain in order to move on, and they all had that. And as well as, in order to complete, you have to present a business plan. So it's not just having an idea, but it's actually taking this time to bring it to fruition. And they have some really good folks that are really demanding for folks who are interested and serious about developing their business.
The reason I asked that question because I had a lot of Section 8 participants calling me that, I know the program ain't specifically for public housing, but if you only allowing them enough to fund so many and this program is popular, I just want to know, could there be additional funding so that Section 8 could participate in that program, or we could create a program of our own if they can.
Sure, and
I know they participating, but it's just people getting turned around because of I guess it's not enough.
That's correct. It's not a lot of money based on interest. I think that's something that Mr. Bebley and I will be having a conversation about.
So could that go on this year's budget or not? Is that something budgeted?
It is not in here, but if it is something that, you asked Mike Moran about, do we move money ever, right? So there's a possibility that if we were ever to expand something, that we do a contractual amendment.
Okay, thanks, Mary.
Well, thank you, Deborah, for asking for the dollars. As you know, that's a very good program. And most of our residents, once they leave, have their business plans, they are incorporated. And majority of them have businesses, are still in business, and they're doing great. Next to the JOC, because JOC is so many hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think our program is first run up. We're good at what we do. And the businesses, commissioners, you all need to take time one day and we just take you on a tour to different businesses that's up and going.
Right, and one of the good things, Francine, the reason I bring it up is because everybody don't want to do construction, and so that's the only program that's offering something other than construction, and it's just not enough.
Any other questions, commissioners? Thanks. The last item, thanks, Mary.
Thank you.
The last
Thank you.
item
Happy
on
holidays.
today's tenant services agenda will be presented by Scarlett Lever Ortiz, Director of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Item number 10 reads as follows. Authorization to award performance-based contracts for Community Alliance, multicultural and multilingual marketing and outreach services in 12 community areas. Recommended awardees, Erie Neighborhood House, Latino United Community Housing, Latin and Spanish Coalition for Housing, for a combined aggregate amount of $3,775,352. Scarlett?
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. This item is to seek approval to enter into performance-based contract with Erie Neighborhood House, Spanish Coalition for Housing, and Latin United Community Housing for 1 year base term and 2 one-year option terms. The Community Alliance agencies implement CHA's initiative to increase awareness of CHA programs and activities through a culturally sensitive lens to promote the inclusion of the Latinx community and other hard-to-reach populations. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
We had a member of the, I don't know if they were Chinese or a Japanese Asian community come and speak. Will there be folks that can translate and explain also there?
Absolutely. Our contractors are mandated to follow the language access policy and use our translation services. We also make sure that for this particular contract that we have bilingual staff and that the bilingual staff represents the communities that we're targeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes. I really don't have a problem, but I have a problem with paying people money they're supposed to be doing anyway. And some of these communities are very, very extremely prejudiced. They won't even let you up in there. Although they're getting paid to service everyone, they won't even let us up in there. We have properties in some of these areas, scattered sites, and it's hard for us to stay up in there without having to be relocated out of some of the areas. I know how to help people relocate. So that door that you're trying to help us should swing both ways. And then who's going to monitor the process? We know this is supposed to be done. Before we start giving them money, they was doing this anyway. So now we're paying them to do something that they were already doing. So who's going to monitor the process?
So our office monitors the process. We actually develop an in-house web application where we track performance on a monthly basis, and we meet with our vendors quarterly to review scorecards just to make sure that there is integrity within our data sets. And I am glad you brought up the issue of really the stigma that CHA residents face. In this scope, which is an enhanced scope from our current scope that we have right now, we're really looking at increasing our partnerships through info sessions to make sure that we continue to amplify CHA's voice throughout the city and really address unconscious bias issues and really partner with community-based organizations that are trusted in the community, and we continue to put a great story out there and continue to fight stigma.
So you get some of the complaints.
Yes.
A lot of our residents complain.
Any other questions, Commissioners?
So yeah, how are they being referred? Because, like you said, we had some folks come here last month, and they said no one on their property, the property itself, could understand what they asking for or stuff like that. So how we going in assessing the fact if property management or whoever is providing the services that they need, other than Latino, the whole minority population?
So Community Alliance is really based on looking at prospecting applicants. For the language access plan in particular, our office is working very closely with property to make sure that we have ongoing trainings, and everyone working with our residents is aware of the services that we have, including a telephonic interpretation line available 24/7.
Thank you. Thank you.
One more. On the Community Alliance map, we have 3 areas where no awardee was listed. What are we doing with those areas?
So there are actually 4 of them. South Lawndale, we did receive a proposal, but we're going to be resoliciting for that one. Unfortunately, we did not get any proposals for Morgan Park, Burnside, and Riverdale, and this is the second time that we release an RFP, the first time 3 years ago. So we are not going to be re-releasing for those, knowing that we didn't get any proposals.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Scarlett.
Thank you.
We'll now start public participation. Registration is closed. Lois Hampton will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. Our first registered speaker is Allison Carvalho.
Good morning, Board. My name is Allison Carvalho, and I'm a staff member at the First Ward Aldermanic Office, of which Lathrop Homes is a part of. I would like to provide comment on agenda number 7, the recommendation to award employment and employer services for the service contract. Over the last several months, our office has had numerous residents and community partners express their needs for maintaining E&ES as a Family Work Service provider. I would like to read an excerpt from an email I received from Juanita Stevenson, Lathrop Advisory Council Board President. I've been informed that our current service provider will no longer be located on site. Our Family Works provider at E&ES have worked closely with the senior and disabled residents and have personally and professionally known each household and assisted us daily with our transitioning of services, of some which we qualify. Some residents in the building can't access services due to the extremely cold and dangerous weather, and related management office doesn't have accommodations for more than one manager to work with us at a time. The Family Works office is much needed at this point, as our related office does not assist our residents as we needed. We need resident services on site until the project is finished and all phases are complete. We have already suffered enough transition too fast to have to go through another transition and losing a valuable resource to each of our households. Please reconsider and do not remove these critical services on site. The Office of First Ward Alderman LaSpada would ask that the shift towards 5 service areas would maintain E&S on Lathrop. Our office is fully committed to working with CHA, E&S, and related management to ensure the stability of the long-term and low-income Lathrop residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Kelvin Jackson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And welcome, new commissioner. I want to speak about that item number 10. I was talking to some of the people that had working with me, Section 3 people had working with me that formerly lived in CHA housing, and it's like looking like there's no outreach within our communities. This right here looks to me like smacks of straight racism, the Hispanic, I tried to go over to that community and use the blue room, computer room. Nobody's gonna help me. Nobody said anything to me. I felt like I was in the deep South over there in the Hispanic community. So, this is the truth. You're black or you're white in this town. That's how it's going. And these services going over there like that, I want you to just, look into it a little bit more and look into some services where neighborhoods like where over in Roseland where I was shot at, or over in Inglewood where I got shot, or over in Burnside. The outreach into our communities that are having the more troubles, not just non-black communities. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, Jackie Page.
Well, good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to speak on several items. First, I would like to ask about item 7. I would like to know if that item was bidded out. It seems as if the same vendors are being chosen, and is this contract perpetual? It seems to get renewed. I'd like to know also more in depth on how their services are vetted. And I would also like to speak on the services that the voucher holder are not getting. Now, it would be nice if the voucher holder had an advisory board for Mary to consult and about the services of the people in item 7, but our voices have been silenced because the advisory group was disbanded, which puts you out of compliance with HUD. I would also like to say that the voucher holder is desperately impacted because our needs are not addressed. We're being pushed to Section 3, and Section 3 does not seem to have the capacity to answer our needs because many times the items that Section 3 fund change, and when they do change, the participants are told when they come to apply that these funds are no longer available. They're not listed on any kind of website, and that just seems to be an inadequate solution for helping out the voucher holders. The voucher holders are desperately impacted, and CHA needs to do better by the voucher holders.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. George Blakemore.
Institutional racism in a sanctuary city. Reading is fundamental. Looking at item 10, these Hispanics are receiving more of this money. And a lot of them are not even legal citizens, so they're not entitled to this money. Now, it says something else here. Multicultural and multi-bilingual marketing. Multicultural, Black history, Black culture. We have been denied. And go right back to item 7. How are you going to evaluate these programs? Something evil have happened in public housing. The federal government, evil federal government, have got out of public housing with the mix of profit and privatization when they was in totally, not contracting it out. I can look to you all for it. You all are not monitoring these programs. And Black leadership, is silent. Where are they? Silent. We are entitled to this. So it's an egregious act with the federal government bringing in an illegal group to compete with native Blacks for goods, jobs, contracts, and services that we are entitled to our reparations. What's wrong with our people? What is wrong with you? And the government is helping them to do this. They have dismantled public housing under the pretense of nonprofit organization. And Black leadership is silent. Yes, and the ancestors appreciate me, and I'm going to speak on this next one and this next.
Thank you. Next speaker, Tamika Holt.
You know, just one time I want to get up here and truly celebrate CHA, but it becomes harder and harder. We continuously celebrate BS, knowing it's BS. You want our people to move the needle. You got a whole waiting list of how many? We still continuing to do the same thing, expecting different results. And we acting like everything is okay, and it's not. Whether you like it or not, CHA is 70+% Black. You can't negate that. Commissioner Harris said something very important about the language that goes out to our people. She said that for a reason. Even if she can't expound on it, I am. I'm looking at services for bilingual and multicultural, but yet I don't see nothing for ebonics. With Black people that's not understanding the language on a lot of documents that is given to them, and a lot of time it leads to homelessness for them. I hear you talking about everybody but the problems. You don't want to deal with what public housing incubated. That's the problem. You don't want to deal with it. And it's time to start peeling back the layers and stop celebrating BS, because our people need to be put in a position to move onward and upward. And that way you can help clear your wait list. We want off the plantation. You talk about racism. Racism is not just with white people. Racism is also people that can affect a class of people's quality of life and economics. And I see a bunch of black people doing that here. And it's been going on for decades. And they've been doing it so long, it's normal behavior to them from the property management, everybody. You know what?
Thank you. Last speaker, Dory McWhorter. Okay, they're done. Since that was the last registered speaker, on behalf of the Tenant Service Committee members, thank you for your comments. Commissioners, you've heard the comments from the public. Is there any further discussion on items? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion for the approval of items number 7, 8, 9, and 10. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals?
Yes. I recuse myself for Article,
Number 9, Commissioner?
No, I don't recuse myself. I abstain from voting for Article number 9 because I'm the chairperson of Central Advisory Council.
Thanks. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Washington is abstaining from item number 9. Thanks. With that, the motion carries and the resolution for items 7 through 10 are approved. Since there is no further business to discuss, I'll make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? Hearing none, the November 19th Tenant Services Committee is now adjourned.
Good morning. Welcome to the November 19th Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting. My name is Matthew Brewer. I'm the chairman of the committee. We'll start by establishing that we have quorum.
Here.
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 Here. Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that present but not counted for the quorum are Chairwoman Hurlock, Commissioners Hart, Parker, and Washington. A brief reminder, speakers are required to register at the sign-in desk to address the committee, and that registration will continue for the next 5 minutes. After that, we cannot accept any more sign-ups for comments. Comments will be entertained after a presentation by staff and discussion by the commissioners, and the comments relate directly to items 11 through 15. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. The same rules apply as before. You'll be advised when you have 30 seconds remaining. The first voting matter for today are the minutes from the Real Estate Operations Development Committee from September 17th. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries and the minutes from September 17th are approved. We have 5 items for consideration today. The first item on the agenda will be presented by Eric Garrett, Chief Property Office. And item number 11 reads as follows. Recommendation to loan CHA funds in an amount not to exceed $750,000 to Surf Senior Housing Limited Partnership for roof repairs. Loan CHA funds in an amount not to exceed $371,620 to Surf Senior Housing Limited Partnership for facade repairs and ratify loan of CHA funds in an amount not to exceed $143,957 to Pomeroy Senior Housing Limited Partnership for roof repairs.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're here to recommend loan of CHA housing funds not to exceed $750,000 to Surf Senior Housing Limited Partnership for roof repairs. Loan of Chicago Housing Authority funds not to exceed the amount of $371,620 to Surf Senior Housing Limited Partnership for facade repairs, and to ratify a loan of Chicago Housing Authority funds in the amount not to exceed $143,950,000 to Pomeroy Senior Housing Limited Partnership for roof repairs. Also to execute and deliver such documents performed under such actions may be necessary or appropriate to implement the foregoing. And we're here to answer any questions. I also have here Chief Development Officer Ann McKenzie to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'll start. Can you just talk about the mechanics of this? These are loans with the not-to-exceed amount, and the idea is that the loans are repaid from the proceeds of these entities?
Yes.
So this is where I'll respond. Hello again. I am the Chief Development Officer, and it was the Development Department who closed on the low-income housing tax credit transactions for these. When repairs are made to low-income housing tax credit properties, the funds would be taken from the reserves of the property. In this case, the reserves were not sufficient for these repairs, so they're placed in as a loan from the CHA. In the end, the real recipient also is the Chicago Housing Authority. Although these are low-income housing tax credit properties, they're really controlled, and the general partner is the Chicago Housing Authority. It was just a mechanism for funding. So instead of putting money in from CHA to fix these things, we have to loan it in. Yes, at the end of the tax credit period, that will be real debt and is repayable to the Chicago Housing Authority. At the same time, we, the Chicago Housing Authority, are on both sides of the transaction.
Got it. Thank you.
When were these projects developed, and why were the reserves inadequate?
I got that answer. They are 2008 and 2010. I am working from memory, so I hope I am right. And the reserves were sized by my team and others, and they were sized at $350 a year per unit, which was standard then. I do not know. I do know why they were sized that way, because that's how they were sized. As everyone knows, construction costs have gone up significantly higher than that. And as I have explained at briefings before, when we're talking about RAD units, we are sizing reserves much higher because we are concerned about the long-term security and safety of our residents.
Is this a tear off of the roof or merely a repair?
This is the roof repair. Actually, it was struck by lightning, so it's a couple different pieces. So not a full tear off, but it was yes, a total roof repair.
Modified bitumen or rubber? What is the roof?
The repair itself.
Yes. It's to what type of roof?
I'm not sure on the type of roof I would.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions from the commissioners?
And could you speak a little bit more about, you mentioned the original unit price per year as $350, and now for RAD, you use the higher amount. What is that amount?
We've been underwriting our senior RAD units at $1,000 a unit per year. I think many of you have heard me many times, and Joel Walton more often than myself, that our average age of our senior buildings is 50, 55 years old, so we are actually planning for another 50 years. At least.
Thank you.
Great. If there, oh, go ahead. No, I was going to move on. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, I really think this work should have been done when they rehabbed the building because we knew it was coming, but when it's getting cold outside, these are residents and seniors on them top floors. When will the work start?
The work is already completed.
So we just have to go back and pay for work that was done that we didn't get approved.
So these were, these were critical roof repairs that would have caused further damage to the building. So we addressed it on an emergency basis due to that nature. So now we are coming here requesting to reimburse CHA from the general limited partner to pay us back.
Okay, we will get paid back when?
These mature with the original loans in 2049 and 2052.
Okay.
They should be refinanced, and they should be refinanced in the next 5 and 7 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions from the commissioners, we'll move on to item 12, which will be presented by Cheryl Burns, our Chief Housing Choice Voucher Officer. Item number 12 is the recommendation to execute a housing assistant payment contract with 1140 Apartments and 5150 Northwest Apartments. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have Carrie Steinbuck with me. She is my deputy for project-based vouchers, so she can address any of your additional questions. We are seeking approval to enter into 2 HAP contracts that will add 40 new units of affordable housing in opportunity areas by utilizing PBV and VASH PBVs. The first property is 1140 Apartments. This is a 26-story elevator building with 24-hour security. There is no capital requested as a part of this deal. This is strictly vouchers. The developer has asked for a HAP contract for 10 PBV units in this building. Are there questions on this one?
Yes.
Yes.
We have folks every day trying to move to opportunity areas. And we talking about building 2 buildings in the heart of the loop. As a matter of fact, someone just moved down that way. And we're talking about offering these units to folks on the wait list.
Yes.
What about some of the folks that's already living there, they want to move to opportunity areas? Why can't they get a stab at this? Why can't half come off the wait list for these units, the other half come for folks already here trying to move out that way?
So, I mean, that's something that we can consider, but for any of these units, they are coming off of the wait list, and any existing family, we are working with the property office and with our IT division to ensure that public housing residents can also apply. So we are working on that.
You just said, but they coming off the wait list, but we can
But they
apply.
can apply to the wait list. It's a site-based wait list, so a list will be created for
We
this.
have folks also already with vouchers, they want to move to opportunity areas, which
Yes.
this is.
Yes, yes.
Matter of fact, this 150% of the area median income. Why can't they get a chance? All I'm saying, we talk about scattered sites, everything else, public housing, and apartments, some of our apartment units have fell down all around us for years. No repairs, or we have to wait. And some of us is trying to move to this area. Why can't we get an opportunity? We already on the list. Why can't we get an opportunity to
So,
move these areas?
as you're aware, we
Yes,
moved
we
to
said
site-based waiting lists for all of our property and PBV units. So this will be the same as any other property. So there will be a wait list, and anyone will be able to apply. Again, we recognize that there's been some issues with the system and existing families being able to apply to the wait list, but all of our sites have a site-based waiting list.
And so when are we gonna go to the wait list and start pulling some of them off there? And maybe that's the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the
When
question.
are we gonna look at the wait list and start pulling some of those residents off that want to move to the area?
So
Oh, I was just going to say, so on the wait list, when this building, the HAP is issued, it will call for a wait list, and we will pull names from the wait list and issue it to the property, and they will be able to apply. So there have been people on the wait list for the project-based vouchers since 2014.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the public housing, the people that's already in public housing, that new wait list that has been generated. I'm already living in CHA. Or I already have a secondary voucher. What if I want to move to that area? I'm not talking about the wait list. Not talking about already public housing and Section 8 resident tenants.
Right, so again, it's the only fair way for us to allow people to get into a unit is for them to apply to that specific site list, and then they will be pulled in order of application. So there would be no fair way for us to determine who should get a priority to move into that building. If they would like to move to that site, then they would need to apply to the site-based waiting list.
We're saying the same thing, but it's 2 different wait lists.
Yes.
It's the wait list for those who never lived in public housing, and it's the wait list for those that's already living there. So it's 2 different wait lists. You talking about one, I'm talking about both wait lists. It's a difference.
Okay.
I'm a public housing resident, I can go online and apply for another property.
Yes.
That's one wait list.
Yes.
The other wait list is those people that never lived in public housing that's trying to get in.
Yes.
I'm talking about those that already live there, that's in there, that's trying to move up, not those that's trying to get in. It's 2 wait lists.
So I'm not sure if I clearly understand the question, but so for the site, anybody can apply to that site wait-based.
Eric, are
that
you
site
in the
list.
audience?
Talking about. We discussed it, but
I'm sorry.
we're not discussing it because you don't get it.
Yeah.
It's 2
I'm
wait
sorry.
lists.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else
Commissioner,
get it?
apologies.
That's fine, Eric. Let's go to the next question and we can get that answer.
So we'll get the answer. We're going to go to the next property in the meantime.
We'll
Cheryl,
discuss that.
may I ask a question? We eliminated one family unit and went back to a studio. What happened to the budget there?
Let me, on 1140, it was, we were in discussions with the developer at the time, the owner of the property, to increase the number of two-bedrooms. So the original application was 5, 3, and 2. And during the negotiations, the property sold to the current ownership. They had bought the property with the application numbers, not with the efforts that we made.
Got it.
So 5150, this is a 75-unit new construction in Jefferson Park community. Again, there is no CHA capital required as a part of this deal. This is only vouchers. CHA's board has given preliminary approval to Full Circle, which guaranteed its funding of 9% tax credits from IDA, in addition to support from the Veteran Affairs for 10 VASH vouchers. In addition, there will be 20 CHA project-based vouchers that will be eligible to move into this development. We're available to answer any additional questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners on 5150 Northwest? Sounds like there are none. What's that?
Thank you.
And do we have an?
I was going to answer the question that.
Okay, yeah, so we have an
Commissioner
answer to the
Washington
question for
raised.
Commissioner Washington.
You want to represent your question, please?
Well, he's asking.
The question, restate the question. The question is, why can't those folks, we have two wait lists. The wait list for folks never living in public housing, never lived in public housing. And the wait list for those that's living in public housing want to transfer, also for those on Section 8, want to transfer to opportunity area. Why can we not be a part of those new units that's being built from the ground up in opportunity areas?
Good morning again, Commissioners. I'm here to respond to that question.
Speak up then, I can't hear you.
I'm here to respond to that question that you have, your concern. One of the things right now is we're working on with our IT department to actually work on our software that will allow our residents currently to apply to those different programs once the wait list open. However, there is no mechanism at this time for current residents to apply to a different program. However, there is a mechanism for those residents, their households, family members in their household, but not the head of household at this time. But we're working with our IT department to correct that concern, ma'am.
Will that IT department be up and running before the apartments are built and leased out?
And so that's one of our key things that we're working on right now, and we're trying to ensure that all residents have an opportunity to apply for a different program, as long as there's a current active wait list.
Now, we need to work on that because I don't believe it.
Say again?
I really don't believe that because I've seen it happen too many times. You build new properties from the ground up, and you put everybody off the wait list. When you have folks that's been dying to move into one of those areas, one of those buildings that can't get in. When they apply, they're being turned around.
We currently understand what your concern is. However, we want to be mindful that, again, these are not public housing. These are PBV. So these are new admissions. So there has to be they have to have an active open wait list, and people are able to apply. One of our biggest glitch is that currently that we have residents that are currently in public housing, and the head of households of those head of households cannot apply for a different program at this time. We're working to correct that, and hopefully we can have that expedited soon.
But the public housing wait list is open, even if the PVR is open.
The public housing wait list is currently open, yes. The PVD
don't give them any choices to apply for PVD or none of that.
Right, so again, for the public housing residents, we actually have a transfer residence, so residents can transfer within any public housing they choose to. They can actually go into those are all active transfer wait lists. They can go and apply. However, right now, there is no mechanism at this point, at this time, to transfer from program to program.
I'm gonna move on.
So we're gonna work on it though, right? We're gonna work on
Yeah,
it.
Eric, why don't we caucus, give her a timetable on when we can get this done?
We'll do.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
If there are no more comments on item number 12, we're going to move to item number 13, which will be presented by Ann McKenzie. Item number 13 is a recommendation to approve Michael's Development Company 1, LP, as the development team to rehabilitate and co-develop Albany Terrace and Irene McCoy Gaines Apartments. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Albany Terrace and Irene McCoy Gaines are two senior buildings that were previously approved by this board for the RAD project-based voucher conversions. They have not converted yet. Through lots of review of the two properties, mostly exterior, the roofs, the walls, and then some of the systems, we determined that they need significant capital work. So the development department sought a development partner. The idea here is for the partner to come in, help to put together the preliminary plans, then we will meet with residents many times. We meet with residents many, many times under RAD, and then we will return to the board when we know what financing is needed. So we will return with a financing plan for another approval. This is simply to choose the development partner, which we are recommending Michael's Development. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from the commissioners?
We're back at these two buildings again. We just finished rehabbing 3700 West Congress. We was just down the tour, and I'm in and out the building. So, and I'm not talking about the new chair, Ms. Hurley. We met, and she went on a tour, and she noticed something that I noticed. If, in fact, we rehab these two buildings, we'll look just like the buildings on the north side. You know how on the south side, all our lobbies are dull, our lights are dull. We want our buildings to look like everywhere else.
That is exactly our goal. Our goal is to bring these buildings up to our CHA standards.
Not to your standards. Us resident standards a little higher than you all's. Because when it comes to racism, it's alive and well at CHA. When it comes to rehabbing the buildings. And I've always said this. Also, we need no carpet in the lobbies. Upstairs, hallways or nothing. When you put carpet in senior buildings, they have wheelchairs. Some of them have bowel movements, they urinate, they vomit, what have you. Then you have to study, clean, and vacuum that carpet. If not, it's horrible and those odors. We do not want carpet in our senior buildings on the south side. And the one that you did put carpet in, like 7120, you need to take that carpet out. Lincoln Perry, take that carpet out of them hallways.
In the corridors, okay.
Why would you put carpet in the
We'll look
senior
at that.
building? It's not a hotel.
I appreciate that, and I will talk to others about that.
So
Any more questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, I got one for Ann in terms of, I know she she is actually our Chief Development Officer. So before I think we go into any co-development agreements, that we get these contracts to be held to the same standards that we held in our job vendors to. They're not compliant with Section 3 businesses. They work with union shops, and they always rejecting our contracts when they come and try to join them in the construction. So I just want to make sure that procurement and all our departments is here, that they know that we need to hold these vendors to the same standards that we put our small businesses through. That's all, Ann, because before we agree on the co-development, let's just make sure they know the real rules, because they get the jobs and then they say, we're union shop, okay, and that's blocking all our people out of work. But when our people get
I'm gonna stop for a second. We need to respect the commissioners while she's making her statement.
Right, and I'm just trying to make a statement, not just for the audience, but just for our CHA staff and the public to know that, or the vendors if they're watching, if we do get the co-development agreement, that we got rules that you got to follow. And those rules apply to our in-house vendors, to our small Section 3 businesses. And if they can comply with their small businesses, then everybody should be held to that same standard. And so I just want to make sure, prior to talking to them folks, let them know that you ain't gonna come in here and say, oh, we union shop. We don't control who our GC hire or do business with. This is a Section 3 rule. These are our properties. These is construction coming out the ground or whatever. They 700 units. They can't get these 700 units and block our people out like they are. This company is known for that. So I just want to make sure.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So that's my only question.
Are there any more questions from commissioners? If not, then we will move on to item number 14.
Commissioner Brewer, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Not necessarily a question, but I do have a comment. I've only been around for a little bit of time, but I have had the ability to visit one of these two buildings, and I am concerned about the quality that is there, the lack of the vacancies that are there, and the quality of work there. So I really am looking to see how we can expedite these buildings being turned around, because it is the shocking, disparate, I will say, difference between some of the buildings that I've seen.
Just say north side, south side.
All right.
Thank you. We'll move on now to item number 14, which is an authorization to submit a disposition application to HUD for disposition of property commonly known as 508 East Pershing Road at Oakwood Shores, and to loan CHA funds in an amount not to exceed $7.5 million for the rental phase of Oakwood Shores.
Thank you, Commissioner. 508 East Pershing is the next phase of the Oakwood Shores development. We are very, very excited to be moving forward, and we are bringing this to you. This building will be built at the corner of Rhodes and 39th. Building will have 53 units, of which 20 will be for CHA residents. We have run that through the working group. This has been very supported by the working group. We are seeking authority to apply for the HUD disposition authority and for this long-term lease, and approval for up to the $7.5 million to loan to the developer. I know one of your questions will be, when do we expect this to close? We are hoping that this will be closed and under construction by June. Do you have any additional questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
508 is on the other, is that across the street on CHA land, or is that on the other side of the walkway to Mariano's?
It's on CHA land, and it's, I'm missing it. It's on the east side of Rhodes, I think. Yes, I'm looking. Yes, it's the east side of Rhodes.
I know it's on the east side. Well, it's on CHA land, it's not across the street.
It's on CHA land.
Okay, right here, because the 1680, that's the even side, that's the odd side, okay. But I know they also own some land across the street.
All right.
But
Any?
there's nothing over there. We just want the land to develop on the land. We just want to develop on the land. Because there's nothing right there right now.
Right, right. This will be a new construction building.
Any more questions from commissioners?
Yeah, so we giving them $7 million to dispose the land?
No, this is $7.5 million will be our loan into this 53-unit building that's going to be constructed on the land.
Oh, okay. It's a loan. Okay, thank you.
All right. If there are no more questions from commissioners, I think we are up for the last item, which is item number 15, an authorization to increase CHA's loan commitment to the John Pennycuff Memorial Apartments by an amount not to exceed $407,000.
Thank you, Commissioners. John Pennycuff Memorial Apartments is a building under construction north of Armitage on Milwaukee Avenue. To remind you, this is being funded with CHA funds, and it is a transfer of assistance from Lathrop. So this is an opportunity for 47 units in a neighborhood where we traditionally did not have units. The developer on this is MHDC. They bought the site, so this is not CHA land. They bought this site, and there was a building on the site. At the beginning, everyone thought that their schedule made sense. The demolition did not commence when they thought it would commence. The demolition commenced more than 6 months later on that building, which has put them far behind on their development ever since. So with the closing in 2017, it is still under construction. It was supposed to be completed this summer. Since that time, I know this is confusing, so stick with me, and I tried to brief some of you through this. Since that time, we have been receiving HUD funding under rehab assistance payments for this building. The developer approached me and asked, hey, our costs have gone up, we need $1.1 million. I said, we don't have $1.1 million to add to your loan. You need to use some self-help. But I did look at all of the funding and realized we do have $407,000 that HUD is continuing to fund us in what would be HAP payments for if there were residents there. And I'm now asking the board for us to contribute to help with the increased costs. The $1.1 million will otherwise be handled by the developer. It's a reduction in their fee. Or if they can find some money from ComEd, they will try to get a $300,000 contract from ComEd. But the $407,000 is coming to the CHA. It would be a HAP right now. There are not residents there, so I am asking for authority to increase the loan to the developer by that.
Is there a possibility that HUD might ask for this money back? Because we're not providing units.
We've already discussed this with HUD, so no, HUD has approved this. They're just waiting for board approval.
Now, I understand there was a delay, but what was the actual source of the increased costs?
The increased costs were the increases in some, there were a few city costs that were not in their original contract for working on the road on Milwaukee, and the other increased costs were simply the increase in labor with that delay.
Some of it.
And interest, I'm sorry, and interest, construction interest on their private loan.
I just gotta be mean. I'm always amazed at how you could come up and find monies for other people with a smile on your face. We have land that has been laying dormant for 19 years. They have not come up $1 to build anything on the last 5 to 10 years. We have land according to the plan for transformation while we all sitting here that we were still waiting to build on, but yet and still we can't find money, but we can always find monies for someone else, and especially on the north side. I don't get it. I really don't get it, and I'm not gonna get it.
So, I understand.
Not everybody understand, but still ain't nothing happening.
It's not true.
We just lay dormant, just taking up space. Everybody laughing all the way to the bank but us. We don't even have part district with just promise as part of the plans. We have nothing. But yet and still we can make everybody else look good on the other side of town. I'm just tired of it. I'm really tired of it.
And do we have any flexibility to make any other use of this $400,000?
Unfortunately, this money is designated for Pennycuff.
All right, but could I?
You said it was designated for, by HUD for re-existing land rehabilitation, but if it's torn down, there's no rehabilitation, it's hard units coming up.
So,
Any more questions? Go ahead.
yeah, I got one. Now, so we already loaned them the money, really, right? And so this money here is, they're giving us 47 units of the 88. That's the promise, right? And so now they need, in order for them to move forward, they need this. To me, this is a drop in the bucket compared to what we already gave them. So if HUD says okay, I mean, I just don't see why, because this is what's stopping them from going forward to of completion. This $1.1 million. So if we can help them, we already gave them all the money. This little money ain't gonna hurt us. HUD already allotted it for that particular purpose, so this ain't money that's coming out of our budget.
Right.
This is money that's set aside by HUD already.
But we found the
I mean,
money.
this HUD money for that particular building already, so I just want to.
Commissioner Chico.
I don't think we should be in the business of rewarding mistakes for failure, but if we don't make this loan, it
Right.
seems apparent to me the option
We
is
wasted
dire,
our
correct?
12.
Well, unfortunately, the developer fee is not large enough for the developer to defer the whole 1.1. They don't have that much developer fee
Yeah,
in the
but
deal,
if we
so they
don't,
do need
if
money.
we don't make this addition to the loan, and they fail, that's a possibility?
That is a possibility.
And then where do we lend? So if
Then
this
we
is
have a
money that
loan in
comes out,
default.
I don't see that we have any option. Thank you.
All I said was you need to be a little diligent in finding money to rebuild on the land that we have not finished building on yet.
And your point's well taken, too.
Yeah, all right. Y'all say that every time.
Y'all. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ann. If there are no further questions from commissioners, we'll now move into the public participation portion of the meeting. Registration's closed. I have 5 cards. The first speaker is Calvin Jackson. And as Calvin's coming up, just a reminder, you have 2 minutes, and we'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Personal attacks, abusive language will not be tolerated. Same rules apply.
Commissioner, you're on a great team here. This is a great team. I think they're doing a good job for its leadership. Now, when the rubber hits the road, when we get to that red building over there, it's very political and very supportive of unions. You know, you got a lot of foxes guarding the hen house over in that red building downtown, like Tammy and Andrea Foster and all that. Well, I was looking at the CHA proposed 2020 moving forward annual plan, and it's a great plan. It's a great progressive plan. A lot of building that's going on in this plan, you know. And if I was I am a contractor, Section 3 contractor. I'm very excited about this plan. All this money that's being spent, Lathrop Homes, Lawndale, LeClaire Courts, Oakwood Shores, all of that. And I'm looking at the general description of the plan, capital fund expenditures, 2020, $147.7 million. That's fantastic. But where is the Section 3 workers involved in this plan. It's not in this plan. We're not there. The people who hold vouchers and the residents, they're not in this plan. We look to hire people within our community that have issues and problems, you know? We want to cut the grass. We want to shovel the snow. Take it away from the property managers. There's nothing but corruption over there. It's always been. Come on. You guys come up with the great plans, but when the rubber hits the road, you got to watch what's going on at the beginning. Hood has a proposal, and I have, and Paul McKinley have, and other people have wrote issues on it as far as what HUD is proposing, working with Section 3 workers. They want us to work longer. These projects that are like 2 weeks long is not enough, and then we don't work for another 2 months, a month and a half. How is this helping Section 3 people? HUD is proposing a $400,000 threshold. If any work is being done for $400,000, you start working with Section 3 workers. And we have met with Matt Mosher over Capital Development to talk more about it. When will Section 3 Business Association, which is a group of Section 3 workers,
Your time is up.
businesses, and with other organizations, meet with the board to hear our suggestions, the people who are picking up the hammers, the people who are telling the guys, put down the gun, come work with us.
Thank
When
you.
will you guys meet with us? Let's set this up.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jackie Page.
Good morning.
Morning.
My question is about the loans. I'd like to know, where do you bid on the contract and then go to your client and take out a loan to complete that bid? That's a sweet deal, and can the residents get in on it? And as far as the 5150, I think that some NIMBYism, not in my backyard, went on in there, and it cost the alderman his seat. What can we do to make for sure that all the applicants in those apartments aren't white? Because that is a strong lobbying body over there, and I just don't see them letting blacks in, so, or any minority. So what are we going to do to make for sure that it is representative of the body of public housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have George Blakemore.
Yes, institutional racism again. What you're doing, you're empowering these rich white developers. You're giving poor tax people money to the rich and powerful. You're not doing anything for the black community. We're entitled to this. We never got our reparation. We never got our 40 acres and a mule, and we still own the white man plantation. And talking about HUD, HUD is racist too. HUD is racist too. Why do you think HUD dismantled public housing throughout the United States? Because they wanted to take public housing away from black people and give it to white people and mixed income housing. They playing a shell game with our people, and our people are silent with this illegal immigrant. They living in public housing now. Yes, they are. They getting food stamps. Yes, they are. They going to school, getting bilingual, everything. You know who's that hurt? Native black children. Native black people who worked and made this country rich with black labor and white power. And we're still on the plantation. You're just looking at your little PhD, your suits and ties, trying to be articulate, trying to pander to this racist system. Are you crazy, black people? Are you blind? Can't you see? Can't you feel the pain? And other groups are coming in getting benefit, education, housing, health care, everything at your expense. At your expense.
Thank you.
At your expense. Are you crazy?
Next up, we have Lindsey Graves.
Are you crazy?
Good morning once again. I'd like to first start by thanking Dr. Harris for her appearance at our inaugural. It was both inspirational and factual. The theme of what you spoke about is real as today. It was, the time is now, okay? Now what I've been hearing from everybody about Section 3, you're having a situation where unions are stopping the people from working. But the history of unions is that all of your master craftsmen in the South were black. Remember that. And when they moved up north, they created unions in order to stop blacks from going here. You're heading into a Title VII matter. All of your reports that I'm reviewing, this is directed to the attorney here, understand this legal termination is probative evidence, sir, indisputable. You are having a disparity as far as the money and the contracts and every aspect for as the black community. We're not getting our fair share. We're actually being ignored. And that has to stop because it's going to lead to another Gateau case in the courts, Title VII. There was a Supreme Court decision, sir, if you review it, and the demographics are all you have to establish in order to prove in the court what is going on here that can be sustained for the benefit of the blacks on the South and West Side. I also want to speak on this matter on item 11, most definitely. They're doing construction in my building, and no one has spoke to me or any of the people in my building. How can you tell us what we want? We know what we want, and more importantly, we know what we need. And we're tired of you giving us what you want to give us, and then we go lacking for the things that we need. So I would ask that you would consider that again. And as the lady spoke, the thing about the housing, as far as Ms. Washington was talking about, fairness is subjective. She can say fairness, but fairness is really what it reality is. People who have been in these apartments for all these years and languish should be given a priority, just like you do for the homeless, just like you do for the veterans, just like you do for the domestic. You can make that a priority for people who've been long-lived in these apartments. And I'll continue in my next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last speaker is Tamika Holt.
Okay, so we talk about developers. We ran a rave about what they're not doing. So who sitting down about workable solutions to make all this come together? Now, one time have I heard anyone say that these contracts need to be directly with the developer and they need to hire construction managers to manage the construction in. That way you negate all the problems that we've been having. Why aren't we not talking about that conversation? I'm not the smartest woman in the world, but I see that solution. And if I see that solution, I know others know that's the solution because it's not the first time it's been done. But yet we're still up here having the same problem. Why is that? We are black contractors. In the history of city of Chicago, it has never been so many black contractors contracting that it has been in the past 3 years. I don't care what numbers you bring up, the proof is in the pudding. More black people in, just stake out Home Depot and Menards and Lowe's. You see more black people going in there buying that material because they're working. That's because of what we, 4 of us, kicked off right here, and I was one of them. I don't care who tried to claim it, but I was one of 4. Me, Paul McKinley, Joseph Watkins, God rest his soul, and when Mark fell off, Dennis Hood. At the end of the day, it's still going on, and we don't want crumbs. Nobody can accuse Okimac Construction of putting in substandard material or giving substandard work. Because I've been a public housing resident all my life and now Section 8. I'm trying to get off the plantation for real. I'm not up here singing and dancing, trying to make it look like I'm doing something for real. I want to put my baby through college without her having to have loans up the wazoo when she get out. She's in UIC. All this money you spending and nothing is about moving them residents forward. Seriously.
Thank you. Since that was the last registered speaker, on behalf of the committee, thank you for your comments. Commissioners, you've heard from the public during the committee today. Do you have any further questions or comments based on the public participation? Hearing none, I'd like to present an omnibus motion for the approval of items 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, items 11 through 15 are approved by unanimous vote. Since there's no further business to discuss, I'll make a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? Hearing none, the November 19th Real Estate Operation Development Committee is now adjourned.
Before we begin the general meeting, I'd like to say good morning again, but I also would like to start today's board meeting by introducing you to our new board chair. The new CHA board chair, Angela Herlock, as you may know, was appointed to the CHA board by Mayor Lightfoot in September of 2019, just recently. And if I may just add a personal note, I've known her for about 10 years. And I don't know that the mayor could have chosen someone with more compassion, more intellect, more engagement, and more heart than she did when she chose Angela. I'm speaking from a personal knowledge now, and I'm not the only one up here on this board that feels that way. I don't think that the CHA could be better served with anyone else acting as their chairman. So it is my honor and my pleasure to introduce her today. She has more than 20 years of experience in providing affordable, safe, and environmentally efficient housing to low-income residents of Chicago. Ms. Herlock presently serves as Executive Director of Clarice & Associates, where she oversees the development, execution, and evaluation of the Community Development Corporation and its board to implement the organization's mission, vision, values, and culture. Prior to that, Ms. Herlock served as Senior Director of Real Estate Development for Bethel New Life, a nonprofit serving Chicago's West Side. During her tenure, the organization was able to provide families at or below 50% of the area median income with affordable, transit-oriented housing opportunities and employment resources while reviving the community area through economic development. She has been awarded the Chicago Chamber of Commerce Citizen of the Year, recognized as Civic Leadership Academy Fellow, received a Green Award from Chicago Magazine, and inducted as an inaugural fellow at the University of Chicago's Civic Leadership Academy. She serves on the board of directors of the Neighborhood Housing Services of Chicago, Metropolitan Family Services, University of Chicago Urban Lab Advisory Committee, and Alliance of the Southeast Chicago Rehab Network, where she is also a pro bono teacher. She's a volunteer with the Chicago Development Fund, a Special Service Area No. 5 Commissioner, a Chicago Management Instructor, and a member of the Chicago Chapter of Women in Community Development. Ms. Herlock has a Bachelor of Science in Architectural Studies, a Master of Business Administration, and a Master of Architecture from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Wow. So I am really pleased and I am really honored to introduce to you today. Please join me in a round of applause to welcome the new CHA to the new CHA, our new chair, Angela Herlock.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Chico, and thank you so much for his leadership during a time of transition, right? And also to my fellow commissioners whom I've had an opportunity to spend some time with, meeting and getting to know a little bit better. Truly, they have held down the fort. I am new here, and I look to their wisdom to continue to learn just how things have been and where we're moving forward. And I also look to your wisdom. If you noticed, our wonderful board secretary brought me another pen because I was copiously taking notes. I'm very serious about understanding the issues that you bring forth, and don't be surprised if you get a reach out to actually meet with me separately outside of the meeting. But I'm very happy to be here. I am excited about this new position. I thank the mayor for selecting me and for this appointment. Like I mentioned, over the last 2 months, I've met with most of my fellow commissioners, and I've had several divisional orientation sessions with the CHA staff and visited some of the CHA properties, but I intend to get out to visit every last one in my tenure. I also participated in Operation Warm, which I think is an amazing event, and I was honored to be invited to the inauguration for the LAC and the CAC, personally by Commissioner Washington, and so I was pleased to be able to be present. So I'm thrilled because I also, as I look out into the audience, I see a lot of familiar faces, and not just from CHA, but from working in the community and working side by side a lot of social service providers, as well as some of you contractors and developers out there as well. In my other life, in my day life, which I still hold, I'm the executive director for Carishan Associates, which is a nonprofit on the southeast side. We service about 3,000 families a year, low income to moderate income families in South Chicago. And so I understand the difficulty with which families are trying to just stay housed and send their babies to college without having to be overwhelmed by this thing we call life, right? I can assure you that with the assistance and support of my fellow commissioners, your resident leadership, the community as a whole, we can continue the legacy of ensuring safe, decent, and affordable housing for all of our CHA residents. Not only continue, but take it to the next level, right? Because that's what we're looking to do. In the next 60 to 90 days, as we embark on the new year, I'm looking forward to scheduling a retreat, a board retreat with the commissioners and the CHA executive leadership team to discuss a strategic plan for CHA and to focus on how we can continue to move the agency forward. And as you know, we are presently collaborating with the mayor's office in the selection of a new CEO. In the meantime, I look forward to working with my fellow commissioners and acting CEO Beverly, who stepped in to provide awesome leadership, to ensure that CHA continues to build a stronger community and a better foundation for the future of all of our residents, who are our bosses. We work for you to make sure you are ours. At this time, I'd like to call the November 19th board meeting to order with asking the board secretary to take the roll call.
Here.
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 Yeah.
Here. Thank you, Lee. So just as a reminder to the public, we ask that you please register at the sign-in desk if you need to address the board during the public participation. Each speaker will be allotted 2 minutes to address the board. Registration will continue for the next 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes have expired, the secretary will no longer be able to accept any additional cards. Knowing that the attendance and the importance of your attendance at our monthly board meetings, I look forward to continuing to listen to your concerns and to give full consideration to your input. With the assistance of my fellow commissioners and CHA staff, together we can strive to find the answers to challenges that you and the organization is facing. And I've had the pleasure of viewing a couple of the past board meeting records, and I'm confident that with your collaboration, we'll be able to conduct meaningful, courteous, and respectful public participation. At this time, I'll ask you to please turn off or silence your cell phones while the meeting is in session. And it's also my honor to just ask that our commissioner, Dr. Mildred Harris, would start us off with centering thoughts.
Well, thank you so very much. And I feel so honored to be able to sit here today and to welcome you, Angela Herlock, as our new chairman of the Board of Commissioners. I'd like to say that there has been a little ceremony we've generally done when someone new comes in, and I understand you're wearing a pin, but I would like to ask if Lee would give you this pin, you with this, the CHA pin again, so that the public can see that we welcome you, and those who are watching on streaming live can see that you are part of our family. So I would just like for everybody in the audience, will you please, let's stand again and welcome our new CHA board chair. And let's give her a rounding of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Hurlock, you've been anointed, appointed, and empowered to sit in the seat where you sit today. And I just want to say that all of us are with you as a Board of Commissioners. We want to say to you, go forth and let your conscience of truth, your conscience of justice reign. And may we, as we watch you and know that you are going to bring some wonderful, wonderful changes, and there will be great feats that we shall overcome because of your leadership. Now, with that, I would just like to say that my centering thought is around Thanksgiving, because we have a lot to be thankful for. So, with the Thanksgiving Day just around the corner, I thought it would be befitting if I shared with you one of our core values, which is entitled service. You say service? Service. Let me hear you say it again. Service. Service, yes. That's why we're here. We're here to serve one another. For our purpose in life, we have been called to serve, and we've been given opportunities to serve. We may be sent as messengers to hearts without a home, to lives without love, to the crowds without a guide. We may be sent to to their children whom none have blessed, to give them a blessing and to know that they have not been forgotten. We may be sent to visit those who have fallen, but need to be lifted, for those who have grieved, but those who need joy. We have been sent as messengers to serve. And let me say that in the heart that you have, filled with love and the fire of passion with love and the fire, that love and that fire will be extended to others as you serve others from your heart. You see, what comes from the heart reaches the heart. And you can tell when something comes from the heart as people come up here and stand and share with you what's going on within them. That all of us need to be sensitive and on one accord and knowing we're in this together. Are you your brother's sister? Yes. Are your brother's brother? Yes. We're here to support each other. But that is going to be shown, and that will be revealed as time goes on, because a lot of things are going to be happening here in the city of Chicago. But I would just like to say that to the leadership that we have under the sterling leadership of our Mayor, Lori Lightfoot, we thank her for her leadership. We thank also for those who, let's say, to Mr. Bebley, who is our acting interim CEO of the Chicago Housing Authority. We thank the Almighty for you. We thank also the fact that Angela Hurlock has been appointed, anointed, and empowered to lead us. Let us support her. Let us not think negatively, but let's have positive thoughts for her, because that will energize her to bring about the positiveness of the communities that we represent in a way that will stand. Because the only way that we can stand together is by serving one another with a spirit of love. So with that, I just want to say that I pray that all of you will have a wonderfully blessed Thanksgiving. And know that as we come together, we never know when it may be the last time. So let us be thankful for each day. And I thank you for coming. And I want you to know that your presence means a lot. For those of us who are real, we listen to you. You don't know what we do when we leave you. But there are those of us who feel for you. And I'm going to stand here. I'm going to take the opportunity to say, as an elder, I stand as an elder. This is my home. I feel for you. I would not be here had it not been for parents who migrated to Chicago. I want you to understand that. Each of us has a story to share. But I want you to know, eyes have not seen, nor ears heard, and neither has come into the hearts of man the things that you never know what God has given unto us. I'm going to say that because I am that I am has sent me. I am that I am has sent you. But it's together that we can do a great work for this city and for the residents of the CHA here in Chicago. I want to say this. I'll raise my hand. This, I promise. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Harris, for those centering thoughts. We're going to now move on to the approval of resolutions and committee reports. Vice Chair Chico will present the report for the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The Finance and Audit Committee held its regular meeting at approximately 8:30 a.m. here today at the Charles A. Hayes Family Investment Center. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Hart and Washington. Present also but not counted for the quorum were Commissioners Brewer, Harris, Matanke, Parker, and Chairman Perlock. Finance and Audit Committee members then voted to adjourn to closed session to discuss audit reviews and investigatory matters. The Finance and Audit Committee members then returned to open session and discussed and voted and recommended for approval the following items. Item number 1, approval of the FY 2020 comprehensive budget. Item number 2, authorization to award contract for independent auditing services. Recommended awardee Ernst & Young LLP in an aggregate amount aggregate amount of $4,695,000. Item number 3, authorization to ratify the letter of agreement between the CHA and the Public Building Commissioner in an amount not to exceed $2 million for the renovation of the Whitney Young Library. Item number 4, authorization to invest non-federal funds in an amount not to exceed $1.5 million into a partnership between the Chicago Consulting Services, Inc. and the Habitat Company related to the commercial development known as Ogden Commons. Item number 5, authorization to enter into a 5-year support and maintenance agreement with Salesforce in the total amount of $2,070,600 to provide software licenses. Item number 6, authorization to award 10 contracts in an aggregate not to exceed amount of $655,000 to various Illinois licensed attorneys to act as hearing officers and presenters for Housing Choice Voucher administrative hearings. On behalf of the Finance and Audit Committee, I would like to present an omnibus motion for the approval of items number 1 through 6.
Okay. We have an omnibus motion on the floor presented by Commissioner Chico for approval of items number 1 through 6. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Let the record show that
From item number 4.
Commissioner Hart will abstain from voting on item number 4. Wonderful. The resolutions for item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are hereby approved. Our next committee report will be presented by Commissioner Megan Hart, Chairwoman of the Tenant Services Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Tenant Services Committee held its regular meeting at approximately 9:30 today here at the Charles Hayes Family Investment Center. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Brewer, Harris, Parker, and Washington. Present also, but not counted for the quorum, were Commissioners Chico, Hurlock, and Matanke. The Tenant Services Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommend for approval of the following items. Item number 7, recommendation to award contracts for Family Work Services to YWCA Metropolitan Chicago for an aggregate amount not to exceed $11,909,554. Near West Side Community Development Corporation for an aggregate not to exceed amount of $8,152,835. Centers for New Horizons, Inc. for an aggregate amount not to exceed $14,559,912. Employment and Employer Services, Inc., for an aggregate not to exceed amount of $15,561,611. And Metropolitan Family Services for an aggregate not to exceed amount of $9,203,387 for a 2-year base term and 3 1-year options. Item number 8, authorization to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District in an amount not to exceed $550,000 for a 1-year term to provide year-round Park District program for youth, CHA youth. Item number 9, authorization to enter into a funding agreement with the Central Advisory Council in an amount not to exceed $1,020,530. Item number 10, authorization to award performance-based contracts for Community Alliance, multicultural and multilingual marketing and outreach services in 12 community areas. Recommended awardees, Erie Neighborhood House, Latin United Community Housing, and Spanish Coalition for housing for a combined aggregate amount of $3,775,352. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Tenant Services Committee, I would like to present an omnibus motion for the approval of items 7 through 10.
Thank you, Commissioner Hart. We have an omnibus motion on the floor presented by Commissioner Hart for the approval of items number 7, 8, 9, and 10. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions?
I abstain from item number 9.
Okay, please show that Commissioner Washington is abstained from item number 9. All right, so hearing no other abstentions or recusal or nays, items number 7 through 10 are hereby approved. We'll move into the Real Estate Committee report, which will now be presented by Committee Chairman Commissioner Matt Brewer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Real Estate Operations Development Committee held its monthly meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Chico, Harris, and Matenke. Although Chairwoman Hurlock and Commissioners Hart, Parker, and Washington were also present, they were not counted toward the quorum since they're not members of the committee. Committee members discussed, voted, and recommend for approval of the following items. Item number 11, recommendation to loan CHA funds in an amount not to exceed $750,000 to Surf Senior Housing Limited Partnership for roof repairs. Loan funds in an amount not to exceed $371,620 to Surf Senior Housing Limited Partnership for facade repairs, and ratify loan of CHA funds in an amount not to exceed $143,957 to Pomeroy Senior Housing Limited Partnership for roof repairs. Item number 12, recommendation to execute a housing assistance payment contract with 1140 Apartments and 5150 Northwest Apartments. Item number 13, recommendation to approve Michael's Development Company 1, LP, as the development team to rehabilitate and co-develop Albany Terrace and Irene McCoy Gaines Apartments. Item number 14, authorization to submit a disposition application to HUD for disposition of property located or commonly known as 508 East Pershing Road at Oakwood Shores, and loan CHA funds in an amount not to exceed $7,500,000 for the rental phase of Oakwood Shores. And item number 15, authorization to increase CHA's loan commitment to the John Pennycuff Memorial Apartments by an amount not to exceed $407,000. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I'd like to present an omnibus motion, the approval of items 11 through 15.
Thank you, Commissioner Brewer. We have an omnibus motion presented by Commissioner Brewer for approvals of items number 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, items number 11 through 15 are approved by unanimous vote. The next item on the agenda is item number 16, a recommendation to approve, to ratify, and to confirm authorization of the acting CEO to enter into an IGA between CHA and the Housing Authority of Cook County. As the Executive Director of Claretian Associates, a nonprofit organization that provides affordable housing in the city of Chicago, Claretian is a party to the HAP contracts for both the CHA's HCV and PBV programs. To avoid any appearance of impropriety or conflict of interest, I am publicly disclosing the nature and extent of Claretian's involvement with CHA. And at this time, I would like to recuse myself from any discussions on or vote on item number 16, and I will pass the gavel to Vice Chairman Chico, and I will leave the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item number 16, recommendation to approve, ratify, and to confirm authorization of the acting CEO to enter into an IGA between CHA and the Housing Authority of Cook County will be presented by Cheryl Burns, Chief HCV Officer. Cheryl?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yes, we are asking that the board approve, ratify, and confirm the intergovernmental agreement between the CHA and the Housing Authority of Cook County. This IGA will allow us to support one another in administering housing choice and project-based vouchers when there is a conflict in the other's PHA. If do you have any additional questions on this item?
I just want to add to that, Mr. Chairman. It is a long-standing relationship between the Chicago Housing Authority and the Housing Authority of Cook County to have this intergovernmental agreement in place when there's a conflict for either body, and the practice is that the relevant vouchers are transferred to the other entity. So in this case, all of those vouchers involving Clarisha and Associates or Ms. Herlock will be transferred to the Housing Authority of Cook County for its administration and maintenance. This is a common practice in public housing across the nation, and this is being done in accordance with our ethics policy and in accordance with best practices.
Thank you, James. Cheryl, any other questions by commissioners? Hearing none, thank you very much. If there are no further questions, we will vote on this item after closed session. Thank you. I will now turn the gavel back over to Chair Herlock.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We will move into announcements before we move into the public participation segment of our meeting. Responses to the September 17th board meeting comments are available at the sign-in desk, and our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, January 21st, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. Please take note, until further notice, all board-related meetings will be held at the CHA corporate office at 60 East Van Buren on the 7th floor. On behalf of the commissioners and the board office staff, we would like to take this opportunity to thank Cass Miller and his staff for hosting the CHA board meetings here at the, Cass in the room? Okay, so I'm not sure where Cass is, but we thank him so much that he's hosted us this time. And we just want to say job well done. You can pick up a copy of the 2020 committee and board meeting schedules at the sign-in desk. And a copy of the 2020 board meeting schedule will also be posted on the CHA website. We will now start public participation, and registration is now closed. As a reminder, thank you. As a reminder, speakers are not allowed to cede their time to any other person. Groups addressing the same topics must select a maximum of 2 representatives to speak on their behalf. The chair has the discretion to restrict comments that are repetitive or redundant. Speakers will be given 2 minutes to address the board and will be advised by the timekeeper when 30 seconds remain. Responses to comments presented during the public participation will be distributed at the January 2020 board meeting. Lois will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining and when your time is up. And if you have any written materials for the board, please give the materials to the board's secretary. Our first registered speaker is Paul McKinley.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that CHA for the last 3 years had a JOC program CHA had to do a correction because it had a dissent decree that it agreed to adhere to Section 3 goals. Well, they did very good. While they did very good with JOC, they have not done good in new development. New development, specifically Brenshaw Michaels on the 35th Street, 45th in Cottage Grove. And I understand that you're finna get them another contract again. First of all, I'd like to say that I would like for someone to give me how many non-union contractors are working on 45th and how many Section 3 workers are working over there also, which that site was told that I should not work on that site. They also was told that on the west side that Mark Carter should not work on the site on Ogden and the hospital site. They also was told that the people who was trying to work on the site on Taylor Street in the village also was told not to work on that site. These people who are outside of CHA, some are not outside of CHA, but the people who are outside CHA, who are aldermen, are telling these developers what they can do, what they can't do. That's against the law. They can't do that. Second of all, there is no Section 3 program other than the one you have in the city of Chicago that has reduced the violence, because it has made the people who live in public housing feel that there's somebody by people coming in and taking an interest where other people have took advantage and did not have had opportunities, several opportunities, to make sure that the people would feel good about their community, and they have allowed this stuff to go forth. I want to make this last statement. Now I'm gonna sit down. I ain't no filibuster. The union feel that our people should not work on federally funded projects. I also have something I want to give both of y'all, and so I'll give it to the secretary. But I just wanted to get that out. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna have to do a correction. There need to be a correction on three things. There need to be a correction on the JOC. There need to be a correction on the new development. And there need to be a correction where it's understood that aldermen cannot dictate to this board or to any developer who can work and who can't work in our community. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. McKinley. Can you please hand that to Lee? I want to thank you very much for your passionate response. But I do want to say to everyone here that I am holding probably about 25 cards. I'm going to be very staunch with the 2 minutes, not because I don't respect and don't want to hear what you're saying, but right now we're looking at still an hour just right here, okay? And wanting to respect your time, I'm going to just really try to be staunch with that. So if you could please allow your comment to fit within the 2 minutes, we would all gladly appreciate it, and I'm sure everyone here would gladly appreciate that. Thank you. So we'll go on to the next comment, which is David Price.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is David Price, and I'm a member. I live at the CHA property for 3 years and 10 months at Lost American Apartment. And I'm here because I agree that our security guard officers at there should be held at a higher standard and better training, and then I will feel safer on the property. It don't take nothing but an ID card to come into our property. Anybody shows that can sign in, go upstairs, and they can go to that apartment. If no one's there, they roams the building, knocks on the doors, do whatever they want. No one has, as that person comes down, no one checks to see if that person has signed out or what that person is. The security officer looks at camera and see that person, but they never see if the person goes to one apartment and no one's there to roam the building. Some of the cameras do not work. So I would feel safer if our security officers had better training, had a protocol, some kind of standards that they could be held to, so I would feel safer, my neighbors would be still safer on the property. I think that the security officers need a voice to speak, and they should be in a union so the company could be held accountable for the training of the officers. With lunch breaks, they have no breaks. They sit there all day, no breaks, no lunch, no nothing. Sit in the booth. They need breaks. But I think they'd feel better about their job and would be more efficient if they were treated better. And so therefore they need a voice for themselves, and there should be a union. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Price. We will now have Melody Robinson. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Melody Robinson. I stay at Los Americana, which is 1611 South Racine. I stay 1611 South Racine. I'm a living homemade. My mother has been there 23 years, and she's 89 years old. I'm standing here for the safety of the seniors because our building is very unsafe. We have 16 break-ins in the last year. They come to the board, they're gonna do something, it falls out the air, nothing ever done. Gas is always on in that building. God forbid there be a fight, because security is not basically trained for evacuations. They don't know how to read the fire panel. They have no idea what to do. They're told to call management. They are our first response before the ambulance or anybody else comes. So I do support and stand for the officers. They need better training. They need a union so somebody can be accountable on both ends, on this side and on this side. It's always a scapegoat. Oh, we'll just move them out the way and put new people, but it's a revolving door that all these people are here. They don't know who live there, who don't. So it's just not safe to be there because you could come in and do any and everything that you want to do. 16 break-ins, nothing's been done. Something's wrong there. And my mom, if there's a fire, will never get out. She's in a wheelchair with a catheter on the 8th floor, and if the first responder downstairs don't know what to do, how in the world are we going to get out alive? So if we had something like that in place, then CHA would be a safer place for the vulnerable seniors that's there, because they're very old, they're very sick, they're not aware of anything, and they're just not safe. And that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask that Ms. Price, Ms. Robinson and Mr. Price, Eric is in the back. Can you please meet with them, please? Thank you. Can we please have now Joyce Williams?
I'm not.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joyce Williams. I am a Cates officer, have been for the last year and a half. I worked the overnight shift. May I extend my congratulations to you, Madam President, upon your appointment. And I'm heartened to hear that your concerns are with providing the best housing to underserved communities. And I want to speak to that concern because, as the previous two speakers have mentioned, we're not trained to handle emergencies like fires, an emergency plan in case something like that happens, de-escalating volatile situations, dealing with hazardous materials, and the like. And it's not because we don't want to. This impedes our effectiveness as security officers. We work without breaks, which further impedes us. So the thing is simply this. We realize that the contract for Cates is coming up in February. We are also trying to unionize. So our hope is that you will consider a security company that deals with union standards, because it'll make our company more accountable to provide better security services for the people in the CHA housing. We'll be much more effective officers and will also allow us to deal with better working conditions. And I know that you've been busy. We've been trying to contact you. I have a letter that I want to submit to the secretary. Thank you.
Thank you. As you go to submit that to Lee, also go right back around and join your colleagues speaking with Eric in the back, please. Thank you so much. We're going to ask Jackie
Excuse me,
Page.
may I just comment? No, they was here last month, and we have a problem with case. I don't know how long they was up before they did their straight 12 hours. But if I'm a resident with issues and you done did 12 hours plus, that means you're gonna come toward me the wrong way. So even though they contract up in February, somebody need to do something about them extended hours. Cause I'd hate to have to run into one of them that did 12 plus hours. I'd have to take them out. I'm serious.
Thank you,
So
Commissioner
somebody need to do
Washington.
something
Thank
about
you.
that overtime.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Page.
Welcome, Chair Hurlock.
Hello.
And I'd like to know, are you, welcome, Chair Hurlock. And I would like to know, are you prepared to be on this board? Because this board is a hot mess. And this board supplines or supports ordinances that really keep people coming to the mic murmuring. Now, they can say words of platitudes and how they care, but then you got to look at the actions, look at the motions. If someone comes time and time again and they're saying the same thing, then they can't feel the love. And if you're telling me you love me, but you keep your foot on my neck, I can't see how you're working in my best interest. I would like to see change, and I have to say that I've asked around about you, and you have a sterling reputation. And I am encouraged that you can bring about the change that I'm looking for. Because here till, I've only heard words. I've not seen deeds. And now deeds need to support the actions. And last, I would like to say the ordinance for pot that CHA is proposing, it is contradictory because you can't stand on federal law when you skirt federal law. Now, CHA says that the ordinance for pot is in agreement with federal laws, but yet Sanctuary City is not. So you can't stand on it in one instance and flirt it in the next. Now, either you're gonna hunt with the hounds or you're gonna run with the foxes. Which one you gonna do? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Okay. We are going to ask Joanne Williams next.
Good afternoon. I'm here about the JOC program again. I'm in a JOC program, and I did start off with CAC Entrepreneur Program with the first class, and I graduated. And I did my company, a construction company, which I'm having a lot of issues with CHA staff. I don't know what's going on. Like, I came here before and talked to you all about it. But the last go-round with a job order that they gave me, I don't know what happened. Everybody kept saying, well, we want to take it back and we're going to give you something else. I don't know what happened. It's like this unit was the unit of gold. In the end result, they ended up contacting the Inspector General's office about this unit and me getting that amount of money. When they came out and was investigated, it was fine. It was because the construction manager kept babbling on about the amount in the unit with other people in there, and I even explained to him, I don't think that's everybody's business. The end result, when we started working, they locked us out and said we shouldn't be in there. When they told me who said it, I called them. He said he didn't say that. And afterwards, they kept coming out. They've been ratting me. I'm through with the unit. but they were writing me every day, even when it was completed. When we do the walkthrough, I done 3 walkthroughs with them. The first one, they said what they wanted done. I went back and done what they did, said they wanted. The second time we went back, somebody had cut the blinds, took the lock and changed it on the door, and the plumbing, they kept saying the tub was stopped up, which if you going 39, all the plumbing is whacked in there. After that, they kept saying, well, it was the tub stopped up, you know, which it was a lot of tubs stopped up in there, but they got on my nerves so bad, my construction manager go back. We did the work. It had nothing to do with me. But I did the work, and I would like you all to see the pictures of the result from the property management not taking care of the property.
Thank you.
JOC is a good program, but it's too many people running it. Too
Okay,
many.
Thank you. Thank you very much for submitting that as well. We'll next have Calvin Jackson, I believe it is. Calvin, I'm sorry, Calvin Jackson.
I just wanted to say that the CEO is doing a good job, and the team that he has brought together is actually listening to us and working with us, listening more. And like I said earlier before, I'd like to have a meeting with the board, along with Section 3 Business Association members and other organizations for Section 3 businesses to talk about how we can move ahead in all what's going on. This meeting with Section 3 businesses, we'll be talking about the procurement department and risk management, the problems that we're having. We're being attacked like we're some big giant companies, and next thing you know, workers' comp is investigating us, and City of Chicago contracting, they're losing our checks and all that kind of mess, you know, because there's, I don't do conspiracy, but I have a group of cards. All these cards are people from CHA, and they all have helped me. There's just a bunch of them. But then you can pick 2 of these cards out of here, like Adrian Foster and Tammy McClinton, they're in the procurement department, that are attacking us and that are hindering us from owning our business. And I don't want to put everything up on CHA because the City of Chicago has got community development block grant money, and they act like they don't know anything about Section 3. And that we got to go after them too. And for the camera, for Mr. Galvan, here, the regional director of HUD, you have gotten a letter from me and you have gotten phone calls from us. We want to sit down and talk to you because it's not all on CHA, it's all on HUD too. Because, there's somebody at the end of the plantation, we could say, George, the head man out there. And we want to go Washington, D.C. further with this to investigate the aldermen in the City of Chicago and the union's involvement and as far as contracting and involvement with interfering with Section 3 and HUD contracts. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Next, we'll have Owen Pittman from MIKK Construction.
He left.
He left. Okay. Okay. We will have Omar Sharif.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Congratulations to you. And let me just say that Commissioner Parker touched on something that's really dear to us because all of us are Section 3 job contractors. And we do know the program have worked over the last 3 or 4 years, but there are some glitches that is involved when we transfer from doing your make-ready units to your new construction. As you heard earlier, there are a lot of companies that go approach those new developers that are out here. I'm saying you got a development on 22nd with McShane, you got a developer on 45th with a Michael developer, you got developers that's going to happen in Ogden, which happen to be Habitat and others. These individuals have been so used to operating under the union banner that when a non-union Section 3 qualified company come to them to do a bid or even to apply, they tell them union contractors only. And so I'm asking the board to at least put something in your documents as you negotiate these contracts, because the same thing gonna happen at Sheffield up here, up north right now, the one that you're giving to Leopardo. Leopardo don't have no black up there, and there's black folks there. My auntie live in one building, my cousin in another building, all of them are seniors, and it's going to be all Caucasian, Hispanics in those communities, and no blacks. And they telling you you can't work on the job unless you're union because they have signed their death wish on the union, but the people of Section 3 that's a part of the JOC program, it's not all union. So I would ask of this board to seriously look at putting some type of addendum in that operation or when you're giving them developers this contract to let them know they have to hire people from that community. That's the only way you're going to raise up. We believe in the mayor, we believe in the job, but we want to see a difference in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shree. We'll ask Minnie Jefferson.
Good afternoon. My name is Minnie Jefferson, and I'm a resident at 4227. I refer to that address because in my 10 years there, the name of the building has changed, management has changed several times, and therefore, the one thing that hasn't changed is 4227. I would like to refer to something that Commissioner Harris said, communication. She was talking about written communication. But my original statement was I wanted to know about whether, since our building has converted to RAD, whether we are covered by ACOT or another section called Administrative Plan Chapter 18 and our guidelines. We got this lovely pamphlet given to us in our building, but it tells us nothing about our guidelines and things that are happening for us and how regulations are designed for us, not just against us. The only time we usually hear about it is at management meetings when we're told we can't do this, we can't do that. So my thing is, I would like to have, I realize it's a large document, but have our documents, our guidelines available to us and for us instead of everything being presented in a cutesy fashion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jefferson. We'll have George Blakemore.
Oh, I done got old and crooked. I don't know what's wrong with me. Anyway. Some of you have been on these boards 20 years. And sunrise, sunset. A new mayor. The same game is being played. When is black people gonna wake up? When? When will you wake up? You're here, you're new. But the same game is being played. All of you on this board playing the same old game. And I'm gonna tell you where the change have to come from the people. Not these political hacks, from the people. And you all allow this game to be played on black people by you being sour, going along with it. How could you continuously do this? 20 years on this board, Emmanuel Daly, whatever, a Democratic machine. What's wrong with you? As a people, what's wrong with you? Now, she's here, you think she's gonna make a change? You think, don't worry about my seconds. Don't go there. You should stay here all night and all day and listen to everybody. You shouldn't run and tell security 2 seconds, put him out. These people, our people, have issues. And they mental issues that you have caused us to have. You black ones sit on this board too. These are mental issues. And the way we gonna heal, we got to heal each other. And stop doing the same old
Thank you,
nonsense.
Mr. Blakemore.
She's not gonna be any different from the other.
Our next speaker will be Patricia Davis.
Treat me with respect. Treat me with respect.
we will treat each other with respect. Ms. Davis, thank you.
Can I ask a question before my time starts?
I'm sorry?
I want to ask a question before
Yes,
my
ma'am.
time starts. So these questions and all that we have, are you going to address them?
Yes, so the questions that are being asked will be addressed in a written form by the next board meeting. And so last board meetings, the answers to those questions, you could pick up at the sign-in desk.
No, I'm saying, are you going to be able to review them and see our concerns and feel?
Oh,
our
yeah, I'm
concerns?
taking copious
Okay.
notes, but they're also being taken elsewhere, and they will all be addressed.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Okay, I am Patricia Davis. My company is Unique Casework Installations, and I am a union contractor. And I could say this openly now because as of 10:30 today, I am free of owing the union. I've been paying the union $11,000 for 12 months. And I can say to any contractor, if we can remain non-union under the conditions that they are, we should remain that way. And now we're not ignorant to the fact that union workers make good money, great benefits, but it does not reflect us. And so I got to hurry up because I don't have much time. I think that I speak for a lot of the contractors here today. We would like to know why we were not informed that another entity had entered the arena. Does the board think it was appropriate to just inform a contractor to not appear on the job where she or he has a contract and later find out it would be assigned to white contractors that make their money by building skyscraper hospitals, universities, etc.? We know the Passions, the Walshes, the old veterans, etc., remodeled CHA units previously, and the quality of their work do not compare to what we are turning over. I wish I could show you in my phone right now, but I know it's not appropriate. But what we are turning over with the CHA, all of us are so proud because men, women are moving into these units, and they are in tip-top shape. The CHA right now, they make sure that we do a quality job. We are more than qualified to complete a gut rehab. I don't know what Leopardo brings to the table that a lot of us do not bring. We've been in the program long enough, and we have graduated to the point where we could do a better job as they are doing. So I don't understand why they would be chosen over us. We could do the whole gut rehab. We would have preferred to tear off the walls anyways because the CHA may allow you $500 to do patching and painting. So we end up spending like $2,000 of our own money trying to make sure the units are in tip-top shape. So we would have preferred to tear up the whole thing. So now that that has been decided, we are not made a part of that. And so we would like you to seriously think about it because all of us is black, and these white companies, they are not putting money into the black community. All of us black contractors, just like Tamiko said, whatever they did to be a part of this Section 3, that was a great thing. We all do our due diligence. My office on the west side, I've helped about 27 companies to get into this job program, and trust and believe, they are doing quality work, all of us. So we do not want union contractors to take over this work.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you so much. We're going to ask Tamiko Holt to come up.
I'm gonna run through this quickly because I have a lot to say. So I want you to put this term on your head, and it's called kickbacks. Now, since property managers like to give us a hard time, it's because it's been a system that's been running for decades. They get to pick the contractors that they pick to do the make-readies, right? And therefore, it's not where it's happening. You got to know how to look for it. Because they've been doing it so long, they haven't got caught because a lot of people don't know how to look for it. They have been dealing with these contractors. Jock is the last thing that they want to see coming. I say all that to say this. If I did or said anything, I own up to it. But I give people what they give me. You want to be respected, you're going to respect me. You're not finna talk to me any kind of way. I'll watch you talk to the residents any kind of way. I don't get a chance to say too much because then I have my business construction hat on versus resident leadership. But it don't go unnoticed. So I'm making a point not to engage you because I'm not having it, okay? So at the end of the day, all of this, I've been hearing, oh, the way she talked. That's because you're not finna talk to me any kind of way. I give you what you give me back. You wanna be professional? I'm professional. You want to act like that you pretty much manning the ship and you the gatekeeper? Then I'm going to give you what you give me back because I'm off the plantation. I'm gone. Just as simple as that. I say all that to say this. There has been a cash cow running in CHA, a black cash cow, that nobody wants to talk about and break up. It needs to be broken up. Now, this company is my livelihood. This company is my way out. You want to mess with my money? I got you. I've been sitting back studying you for a while and how you do things. Let's get it started.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. We're going to ask Ann Farley Gaines.
I was very moved earlier by Dr. Mildred Harris's words about love and the importance of infusing love and passion and fire into community projects. And I have had the privilege for the last 2 summers of working with teens at the Jane Addams Family Resource Center on art projects that have been very enlivening. And I want to make certain that this coming summer of 2020, that there is another project available for these teens. These teens have been paid well, in addition to the materials being purchased and the assistance paid and myself being paid by generous grants from the Chicago Housing Authority. And the Role Model Mural Project was dedicated this last fall by acting CEO, Dr. James Bebley. And he did a wonderful job, and he talked about the importance of role models for our youth. This is all about youth and wanting youth to be engaged and paid for a project next summer that I plan to institute, and the project next summer would be similar to the one this summer, only larger, and the one from this summer was called Inspired by Africa, and the students did these very colorful, very compelling images using mixed media materials. Next summer, they would be using recyclable materials, which is a very exciting and very current thing to be doing in the art community. And they would be learning a lot. Mrs. Mary Baggett, who is the local advisory council president, has been really encouraging of these projects. Everyone at the Jane Addams Center loves them, and they need to continue.
Thank you so much. Okay. Next, I'm sorry.
Mr. Blakemore, would you please turn that chair back around? I don't control you. I don't control you, Mr. Blakemore. But we ask everyone to respect you. You need to respect everyone else. Thank you. You are not speaking. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. We're going
The
to
door
ask,
is right where it was when you came in. All right.
We're going to ask Mark Carter to come up.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to first say that, you know, Chicago has always been a segregated city. That's why you got Chinatown, Greektown, Little Italy, and all these different named communities. But it seems like when it comes to Blacktown, everybody is in control of our community. We get no resources. And so my thing is to tenants, contractors, and everybody, it is time that we rise up. We rise up against mainly these unions who are causing our community to be homeless, in poverty, causing crime and murder to spike. When Bush was in office, he declared that the unions were a threat to national security. A lot of people looked around and they didn't pay attention. In New York, this sitting president with the Hudson Yards project had to step in order for the people to be included. Now, I know some of you all look at Trump and you say, well, he's a racist. I don't think I know any people who are not, including myself at times, especially when I'm dealing with a racist. So we all have it in us. This city is racist by virtue of the fact that it is a segregated city. Now, if we want to turn things around, we want to drive down the cost of living, want to drive down the cost of labor, you have got to stop these unions. We are paying them to discriminate against us and keep us out of work in our communities. We don't have a gang problem. We have a union problem in this town. And if you look at every city that these unions are in control, you're going to see every bad that exists. Bad schools, bad housing, unemployment, poverty. Look at these cities. And if we don't get this under control, we're going to be gentrified out of this entire city, not just communities. So I say to us, thank the mayor for bringing in a new leader. Hopefully we make some real changes, and hopefully there's some real inclusion.
Thank you, Carter. We're going to ask Michael Sullivan. Michael Sullivan?
You back. Here we go.
Oh. And after Mr. Sullivan, we'll have Mary Baggett.
Good afternoon, and congratulations. Welcome to the chairman, the chairwoman. First, I'd like to say I want to talk about my company. I'm in the JOC program also, former CHA resident, Allgill Gardens, Ida B. Wells. As a JOC contractor, I am the only fire protection company in the JOC program. That being said, I had a lot of bad versus good in this JOC program, being that even when I first got in the JOC program, they told me not to look to become rich in this program. But I was told that if it was up to them, the fire protection wouldn't be in the JOC program. I have the Women of the Trade organization come to my defense when all this was stated. Well, even since then, the contracts that I got, I had to fight for. As a matter of fact, Commissioner Washington had to step in on one occasion and tell the property manager that, no, that's his contract. He's been doing his due diligence. You guys are the one who were derelict. I have never been derelict, deficient, or inferior as far as putting in fire protection on any of my projects, and you can see my work. Well, I haven't had a contract in 10 months. When CEO Jones were here, he said he was going to put 60-plus buildings into the JOC program. I know that 87-plus buildings have fire protection. I have not one. I'm asked to bid against other fire protection companies outside of here. Not only that, there was a couple of freeze-up during the vortex. I got a call 12 o'clock at night, got out my bed, drove up north, fixed a broken pipe in the heads. When I got called for 3939 Lake Park, I'm out there Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. They tell me on Monday that they hired another fire protection company to do the work Saturday because I didn't respond, which wasn't true. And I have correspondent emails dating back as far. Not only that, Commissioner Washington knew I was there. Dennis Tallison knew I was there. As a matter of fact, I got the phone call from Dennis Tallison, who's been helpful, by the way, in all my endeavors. But I just been getting real. I'm going to call it what it is. You say black ball, white ball. I'm saying in a legal term, retaliation.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Did you have a copy of that you wanted to give to us? Okay, thank you very much. If we could get a copy of that, I'd appreciate that. You can give it to Lee.
Bring it.
Thank you.
Hello, how y'all doing?
Good, how are
Nice
you?
to meet you, Ms. Herlife. Congratulations. I have some issues and concerns about money that y'all want to dish out to all these new Heartland alliances and different agencies that y'all want to give money to. Y'all need to stop it because it's not working for us as residents. Residents is not getting jobs. These programs that they go to, it's not benefiting them. They're not getting anything out of them. And a lot of residents don't even like to go to the programs because it serves them no interest, none whatsoever. And when they go to them, they still back at the same where they came from. No job, still sitting at home with nothing. And our children with Fosco Park and these park districts that y'all steady constantly dishing money to, it's not helping our kids. They not allowing our kids to even come into them. And I've spoke about this for the last 3 years in regards to the money that y'all put out to Park District that does not allow our children to come into the facility. Now y'all finna issue them another $500,000, and y'all just issued a $7.5 million to them in regards to the new facility that we ain't even closed on. Are y'all for real? Really, CHA? We have a whole community center that sits right there in Abla that y'all can put more money into and build and add an extension to for our children to be able to go into without being judged by a number. Because that's all a voucher is, a number. And I'm going to speak on another thing, Eastlake. I am sick and tired of Eastlake. Y'all recycling these property managers, these supervisors. They're sitting up, abusing their power of authority and going against residents. They're threatening residents, and they're still being allowed to sit as our property manager. You removed this lady from one spot, which was McCormick Barron. You brought her to Eastlake. Now, she got removed from McCormick Barron because she threatened the residents of Abla. She's now with Eastlake, doing the same thing, using her vindictive ways to go against a community. The lady needs to be removed. Nicole Bowie, I'm not gonna keep saying it. You call my house at 11 o'clock at night, I'm asleep, and ask me, can I come out? For what? Who does that?
Ms. Baggett, can you meet with one of our staff? Like
I
right
have
now?
done that. Enough is enough. Y'all needed to hear this.
Okay.
And I'm also suffering from smells coming from crawl spaces in my unit that I'm constantly having headaches every day.
Are you willing
Enough
to
is
meet
enough.
with one of our staff today?
I done met with your staff. You heard me. I met with your staff. Not only did I emails them too. Even one of their own staff members agreed to this lady and her wrongdoing that she's doing to a community. And it's still going on.
Thank you, Ms. Baggett. We will have Carol Folks come up next. Thank you. And after her, Manor Wiley. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome aboard, Chairman Herlock. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's
I think we have a little something in common. At one time, I worked for the Department of Human Services in the South Chicago area. I'm looking forward to sharing some stories with you at another time. However, my comment and concern today is that I recently suffered a carbon monoxide incident. And there were a few people that went before me that talked about security not being trained properly. Mm-hmm. My concern is that security is properly trained to know what to do in the event of a carbon monoxide incident. I knew that when that alarm went off that it was not the regular alarm that gets set off the smoke detector, and because it didn't stop. And one of the problems that it was a cold day and I had turned my stove on, and we've been told, you know, don't turn the stove on, but when you suffer from severe arthritis, your body starts stiffening up, and I did what I needed to do. However, I don't go to sleep, so I was up, and but I called security, and security really didn't know what to do. Called management, and anyway, come to find out, I had my stove checked, and it was a problem with the stove. I think that all stoves should be checked periodically. They don't, you know, they come and do those inspections. They don't really sufficiently check any stoves, number one. I think fire department needs to come in and do some training you know, and needs to be reinforced why we don't turn on the stove. But if the heat is proper, we won't need to turn on the stove. I'd like to thank the board at this time for following up on an issue that we had with the residents, 2 of our residents being improperly towed, and it finally was taken care of thanks to Leonard Langston and Michael Harris and Mr. Eric Garrett. And I want to thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Foltz. We're going to ask Manor Wiley. I'm sorry. If you can, Michael, can you pass her the mic, please? Ms. Wiley?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manor Wiley, and I represent Hilliard Home. And I love working with the Central Advisory Council. Francine has been an excellent leadership to work for us to work with. I'm I'm mixed income. And I'm still able to sit at the table and represent my community. But I like to first, before I say anything else, is to recognize the acting CEO. I love the fact that you did not lie to us. When I spoke with you, you were a man of your word. I love people who's a man of their word. Excuse me, I'm talking now. It's my fault. Thank you. But anyway, I appreciate truly you came out. You didn't only meet with me, but you took the opportunity to meet with many other leadership here. And that showed me that you trying to do the best you can while you in that position. Continue to work closely with us, the mixed income and all, and you promised me you're gonna meet with me and Peter. I'm looking forward to that. And I also welcome you here as the new person sitting in that chair. And I listened to quite a few things that you did state that I truly appreciate. You've been out on sites looking for yourself, what's going on. That means a lot to me. That tells me a lot about your characteristic. Next thing, you said you're gonna reach out and come and meet with each individual. That means a lot to us because each one of us have different problems. You can have 6 kids and you love all 6 of them, but one of them got a little worse a problem than the next one. You have to pay attention a little bit more. So please look forward. I'm looking forward to working closely with you. Welcome here and all other board. Megan, I love you to death. Me and her go way back. I want my new shoes now.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wiley. We'll have Mary Baldwin, and afterward, Lindsay Graves.
My name is legendary Mary Baldwin. What I did, I told them to give it unto God. Bless all of y'all. I told them to take my name out because, first of all, I'm not going to speak today because I want to meet with Mr. James and my girl back there. Then after that, I'll come and get on the mic. I want to be sure that what I have to say, that I'm saying the right thing. Thank you. God bless you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The next, Lindsay Graves. Okay.
You want to yield her time?
With
Yes.
It's working.
He's standing here with me, but he's going to...
with all due respect, and I do mean to be respectful.
He's not going to...
Thank you. One of the main things we said is you're not able to turn your mic over to someone else.
Yes, once again, I'm heartened at the fact of your appointment and very grateful. There's one person that is not here. I think we all should give consideration and praise to is for a mayor that made this choice for the chair, because I believe that this is a new era. And each one of you commissioners here are all well-intentioned in trying to achieve the goals for the benefit of the people. But it's through the leadership that is going to make the real change. And I have confidence that you're going to do the right thing. I want to offer a suggestion in hearing from the Section 3s out here, is that one of the main problems is that they have to low bid because of the materials that's put in the building, to which you have witnessed and I have witnessed in the buildings is inferior. I would suggest that the general contractor incorporate quality materials as a part of his bid and let them deal with the labor. And that would be more beneficial. And I'll give you some figures, general. But it only costs about $7,000 to turn a unit, but they'll be in charge approximately in the $20,000 range. You'll check it out. You'll see that I'm pretty well right. Over there at Lincoln Perry, you're talking about $19 million divided by 200 apartments, 76,000. You ask the residents, is there quality of 76,000 or even 30,000? It's not there. And also, I would also like to speak up on the gentrification process in the city. I believe that we had to be more vigilant on it. And also, as far as the people here in this room and you out there, I want you to understand that this mayor here is the first mayor in a long time that has an ear, that's going to listen and going to act. And I believe that we have to get up and vote. One of our biggest problems, we don't vote. You wonder why the North Side get the money? They vote. The Hispanics, they vote. We don't on the South and West Sides. It's time to wake up and don't have no excuses. Well, I'm speaking for in general, no one individually. But I'm saying this is the reality. We voted 14%. That is totally unacceptable. And I just wanted to say I look forward to my meeting when I have with you. And all contracts for the new buildings that they're proposing, please make it permanent. Don't give them no backdoor clauses. And that's about basically it. Thank you. I have
Thank
more
you
to
so
say,
much.
but I'll see you later.
We appreciate you. The next person that will speak is Bernadette Williams, and afterwards, Leonard Alexander. Good afternoon, Ms. Williams.
Hello. I want to piggyback on Commissioner Harris, conscious of truth. As long as we have that, the world will be a better place. It's a lot of anger in here. Y'all gonna need some metal detectors because security can't hold y'all stock, and I live in Oakdale Gardens. Another thing I want to ask you all, you pass a lot of money up here. Why don't you all come and visit some of the programs or contracts that you all give out? I'm up here to talk about my family works. We do college tours. I don't know if any other family works do that. We've been doing it for the last 6 years. So we have graduates. We don't just do numbers. Y'all know I don't go by no numbers. We used to do numbers, but that's why most of the family works are gone. But I think the college tours are good. We started with our 5th graders.
Oh, good.
And we're doing the high school now. So have a nice day.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you so much. We're going to have Mr. Alexander.
Yeah. My name is Leonard Alexander. I'm a general contractor. My company is Alexander Builders Corporation. I'm also a professional trained carpenter. I'm also a community activist. I do a lot of stuff in the community, trainings with our youth and people that's pursuing careers in the trades. I want to talk to you, Madam Chair. Matter of fact, congratulations. I'm a big supporter of Lori Lightfoot. Actually, I contributed to her campaign, which ultimately got her in the seat, which subsequently got you in the seat, right?
Okay.
So, go figure, right? Okay. That was through jock money. That's what I'm gonna talk about. Yeah. I'm gonna talk to you about some of the atrocities that's happened in the jock program. I had 3 projects that was, barbarically ended. Just shut down like 75% of the way through the project to suffice for RAD, whoever that is, right? I had, with no notification, no memo, the people came, sent a message to the CM, said, hey, listen, you have until sundown the next day, right? Like, I ain't heard nothing like that since the Old West, to get up out of the unit, right? So I mean, anybody knows that it takes, that part of the last part of the contract is for, that's my profit line. I had another project that was shut down 2 months ago. By the way, that's jock number 7023, and I haven't been paid $10,000 for that yet. Just blatantly shutting down projects to provide leeway for these big contractors, right? Yeah. So to add insult to injury, they gave me a scope of work that was equivalent to the ingredients of a cup of tea, right? So just real quick, I had some, I've been doing some things with the community. I haven't seen RAD training, none of these big primes training nobody. They ain't putting no food on the table for our community, right? And they ain't helped bury none of our elderly, right? Like we've been doing. So I'm just saying real fast is that these are these same people that I've been diligently helping. You can go to my Facebook page, Leonard Alexander, and you will see the stuff I've been doing in the community, right? These same people, these are gonna be the people I'm gonna be able to mobilize and address these issues if we had to go to every construction site, picketing. Trump said we professional protesters, right? We are, right? I'm proud of it, right? Because we get things done. So we'll be visiting these sites until we get some answers.
Thank
It
you,
ain't
Mr.
gonna go
Alexander. I appreciate your comments. I do. We're going to have Dennis Muhammad, and then also afterwards, Darva Watkin. So Dennis Muhammad. Okay. Darva Watkins, and then after Ms. Watkins, our final respondent will be Floyd James. Can someone check about her card? She said she signed up. Okay. Ms. Watkins?
Yes,
Okay.
hi. After 45 years of volunteering and serving in my... Can you
Just
guys
a little
hear
bit
me?
closer to the mic, that's all.
Okay, good, okay. After 45 years of volunteering and serving in my community with elected officials, community organizations, churches, public service entities, Chicago Park Districts, Chicago Police Caps, and other city, county, state, and federal entities, I am requesting to meet with the board because the entities today, CHA, has failed me in trying to succeed in my endeavors. I am 61 years old, just last Friday, 61. And so I am in a position where I wanted to complete my education and some other things. But in housing, education, and business, due to lack of knowledge from your staff, some of your figureheads or department heads, I have become a victim of unforeseen circumstances that has allowed me and other residents to continue to be dependent on the federal government. And so the Holy Spirit, I'm a woman of God. I have the keys to the city that was given to me by God, not by man. And I was told that doors were going to be open that had been shut for years. And I would say this, I'm requesting to present to the board and other powers to be with a resolution for a solution to help residents to become self-sufficient. It is time for our people to come off of Section 8, to buy up to their own homes, to start their own business, and to be part of what's going on. I don't want them to just have crumbs. I want them to be able to eat the cake, a slice, if possible. And so I just said that there's a solution for all of the residents from CHA and Section 8 that's been on this program way too long, and it's time to come up with a solution to change that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. Thank you very much. We'll have Floyd James. Hi, how are you?
Congratulations on your position. I want to. Congratulations on your new position. I wanted to ask a question before we begin, possibly.
Can you just a little bit closer?
I wanted to ask a question before we begin. Is CHA a part of Indian housing?
Indian housing?
Yes, correct.
I'm unaware. I'm not familiar with.
So the HUD regulations
Okay.
apply to Indian.
I asked her for a reason because due to. Okay, go ahead. Okay, I asked her for a reason because a lot of the things that have been going on because of different black codes and everything, what's going on with our people, we don't realize who we are. We had an Indian Removal Act passed in 1830, and that was under Andrew Jackson. But these different things that happened to a people of color were changed from Negro to colored, and our nationality was changed. So we basically have the opportunity to take over any public housing we want, but we have to come together as a people. I don't know if you all know, but most of us come from Indian heritage. we were been told to, lied through the school and everything, but it's the time for us to step up. A lot of things have been going on with CHA not giving compliance contracts based off performance, allowing unions to come in and do stuff outside of us. But it's time for us to stand up and see what can we do so we can reevaluate our community. You can look at the Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street. That was native land. And if you look at it, you can be able to see what was done upon our people so that it was turned around. So even for good, we want to see what's going to come out with your new leadership so that we can be about a different change as far as an advisory committee for the proposals that were passed today. All the proposals that were passed today, no one had any input on it. And you all approved everything that was granted. So I'm looking to see what can an advisory a committee with constituents of kids that's going to college, adults, everyone that's considered in the community, be about to go exchange and be able to be engaged with the conversation so that you can hear all different areas of the group. But I'm just basically, I don't even have to speak on my company because there's no need. Yeah, we've been played in a lot, and can I just speak for a little longer? We've been played a lot. We haven't had contracts with that were fulfilled, and it's a lot of politics going on with it. But I look to move forward with you all and create some jobs for the community.
I appreciate your comments. Thank you. We're going to have one final comment from Marzette Fox. Thank you for acknowledging that we had overseen. Yeah.
And congratulations on your appointment. My name is Marzette Fox. I feel very fortunate to stand before you. I'm one of the fortunate contractors when the CHA first started the JOC program. I had started my company in 2014. It's 2016. Union contractors are not going to hire new black African-American contractors, and they're definitely not hiring workers. But when I got that phone call from the CHA that I had been chosen for their JOC program, I was extremely excited. I'm as excited today as I were 2 years ago was. But here's a question that I have for the board. You are here to support us. I feel that you are our eyes and ears. You support us when there are contracts moving throughout the city. Why would you let big union contractors, they're already making millions of dollars. This JOC program was for the underserviced, the underdeserved. We're doing very well rehabbing. You should see some of our units. I wish you guys would come out. I'm at 4949 South Cottage Grove. Please come out, look at some of our units, look at our work, then go and look at some of the work that old veterans, some of the big GCs, they don't care about little work. They don't care about our black communities. I'm proud. I rehab units for my seniors. These could be my grandmother, my auntie. So I'm proud of the program. It's working. It's putting food on my table. It's affording me things that I couldn't afford 5 years ago because I make 10 times the money. So don't take that away. It's an excellent program. I hired 7 people, all from my community. These are individuals that said I couldn't get jobs anywhere else. Well, you made that possible. Don't take that away. I need that. We need that. We wouldn't be here if this program did not work. It does work. You know what? White folks don't want to see black people with nothing. I'm sorry to say it. But, the greed, let's stop the greed. Keep us working. Let us do that work. Let us continue to make you proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. With that being the last registered speaker, I'd like to thank everybody for their comments, their recommendations and concerns. We will distribute responses to your comments at the January 21st meeting. I do want to say one other thing before we go into closed meeting. I appreciate everyone that has been out here. You stayed here for hours to make comments and those types of things. I take this position very seriously, and I do want to let you know that we want to work with you. But I will say something very clearly. This meeting will not be turned into a disrespectful meeting. You will be barred from the meeting if you continue to be disrespectful. I promise you that. I will now present a motion to go in the closed meeting for approximately 45 minutes. In addition to items 17, 18, 19 listed on the agenda, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, The board may discuss matters under the following exceptions: personnel-related matters under C1 and C2, pending imminent and probable litigation under C11, purchase, sale, or lease of real estate property under C5 and C6, and audit reviews under C29. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? We will now go into closed session and be back in approximately 45 minutes. Thank you.
Year, 405,000 children received one of our coats, but the single largest event that takes place on one day is this partnership with the CHA.
I'm pretty much getting coats for my family for the winter so we could be prepared. I like that it's pink and it looks very colorful.
It'll be useful for winter and stuff, you know. And I like how they got the texture of the coat. Like, it feels like it's waterproof at the same time. But, you know, it's real comfortable.
This is amazing. This is amazing that so many families would get up on a Saturday and come out and make sure that they have what they need to get through the winter. It's amazing, but it's also a challenge to know that the needs are great. And so we can't just do it by ourselves. And so that's why the sponsors that we have to be able to bring together all the things that we couldn't do by ourselves.
Today we had our 9th annual Take Flight College Reception celebrating 175 CHA youth heading off to over 50 colleges and universities throughout the country.
I'm really grateful for the event because I needed a lot of stuff that I didn't have. I got some towels, a desk lamp, some laundry detergent. I needed everything, so I was really grateful for it.
CHA has helped me with scholarships. They've helped me motivate me with networking and with programs. At the time, I thought I was going to be in the medical field. Grant is one of the people that have helped me stay on track for college.
Oh, they gave really good advice, like be open because I'm really introverted, so I'm gonna be joining clubs, you know.
Means that the world is yours and you're going to be given a view of that. And so just be open to it. Be open to new things, new experiences, new people, new subject matters. Be open.
So be fearless. Don't let anyone steal your shine from you. Like, this is your moment, you earned it. Be fearless.
Sweetwater Foundation, we've been repurposing different wood materials from the CPS schools that closed. We're turning it into different arts and sculptures.
It makes me proud to know I could, actually put something together that I've never done before.
So I'm learning how to, the basis of writing a script in a movie, and pretty much how to build up character, like character development and plot, story, how to keep audiences interested in watching the movie.
Favorite part of the program, being able to write my own script and just being able to see my own work on paper. It feels great. It feels like I've achieved something good, and it makes me feel happy.
I've been very interested since a child in creating my own video game, like always, right? And then the fact that I can just do this, and how he teaches it is just so simple,
I learned about Photoshop, which was really cool. It's different when you see on computers. You're like, oh, this good. But like when you actually print it, it just be like, dang, I really just did this. Like you can look on the poster boards, for example, like anywhere. And you're like, okay, I can make something similar to this because I did it. So it just it feels very amazing.
We're really excited to be able to bring a couple dozen colleges to our Summer Youth Employment Program students. So these are students between the age of 18 and 24 who have a summer job with us through the Mayor's Summer Job Program. And we wanted to make sure that as they consider ending their employment with Summer Youth Employment, that they think about their next steps, whether that be college or career.
The type of things that I'm learning are how to make a film come together, whether that's editing or filming and getting interviews together and learning to meet people and how to set up to make a film and working with others as well. It feels good. It makes me feel like I accomplished something or I did something that I never thought I'd be able to do. This is the best thing I ever did out of all summer programs that I ever did in my whole life.
The event today is a unique opportunity for our CHA bigs and our littles to coexist with people that are very successful in many different categories. We have so many different people from diverse backgrounds. If they're entrepreneurship or finance or in government sector, they can really see that there are so many different paths that they can go down, even if they never even thought about it.
Talking about career advancement is really important because the students are at an age where that's appropriate. So they're starting to think about these things, and so we have a wide variety of individuals in different sectors. So it piques any student's interest in what they may potentially want to do post high school.
My big thing I want them to take away, there are people out here that are willing to help you. All we need you to do is stand up and say you want it. We're here for you. Coming from the housing complex and living there my entire life, so it's really dear to my heart.
One Million Degrees accelerates community college students on pathways to economically mobile careers. So how we do this is really ensuring that our students are supported through their experience at community college and making sure that they have a system of supports around them.
We at CHA are very excited about this expanded partnership with 1 Million Degrees. We have had a partnership with the City Colleges of Chicago, an intergovernmental agreement for over a decade that has allowed us to support our CHA residents attending city colleges with tuition, books, and fees through a voucher system. And this new partnership with 1 Million Degrees will expand the support that our CHA residents have at City Colleges of Chicago.
I actually came to college with the intention just to see if it was right for me. However, being full-time, it actually showed me that even if I don't like a class, or even if I don't want to take this certain professor, like 1 Million Degrees has shown that it's better to just get through it, because at the end of the day, a degree will change my entire life.
A lot of things have changed for me since I started coming to this school, like 1 Million Degrees. I get a lot of support here. It's more of a community.
So in high school, it was really hectic. I didn't have no help, didn't know what to do. So when I got to OMD and I talked to Chris J, I needed a pathway to start getting nursing, seeing what all classes I needed. So she really got me on track with it.
We provide financial support in the form of performance-based stipends. We provide tutoring supports, and we provide study groups on campus for our students. We also provide personal support, so a program coordinator, somebody who's working with students one-on-one.
First and foremost, financial aid. I didn't understand how any of it worked, and Melanie, one of my the campus coordinators, she actually showed me everything that I needed to know.
It makes you feel like you're not alone. Don't go through it alone. There's always somebody in your corner with you.
We're looking for the students to grow academically. We're looking for the students to grow professionally, and the students to also grow personally throughout this program.
1 Million Degrees are also not only work with you, but they'll work for you in a way. If you mention something in a conversation, they'll bring it up in a session, they'll talk to someone, they'll reach out to someone for you and give you information that you didn't even know you needed.
What I need is very different from what somebody else needs, and they fill that gap. They support you financially, emotionally, psychologically. This is something that's needed and vital to you, your health and your well-being. And you're not going to be the same person going in that you are coming out.
in January of 2018, I attended the Take Flight event. I had no idea what to expect. Graduated in 2017, couldn't find a job. I was job hunting maybe for like 6 to 8 months. I came to the event. I met with Catherine from BMO Harris Bank, and she asked for my resume. I handed her one, and the very next day I got a call from a manager at BMO Harris, and here I am. I was job searching for 6 to 8 months, and then I just kind of got to the point where I'm like, I'm just gonna be a bum. Like, it's just not working for me. And I didn't realize how hard it was to find a job. Like, you hear people talk about it, and it's just kind of like, no, you fill out an application, like, you'll be fine. You know, you just call, you stay on it. It's a lot harder than I thought it would be. So CHA was a blessing.
At the 2018 program, Kiera Russell, we met her here. Ironically, late in the process, late in the day, which led to the beginning of a process of her finding a full-time job. That is just a fantastic happening that worked out. She's been with us, I think, about 10 months now and doing very, very well. So hopefully she'll be with us for a long time.
It's exactly what I wanted to do, dealing with people. I like to help people. I like banking. I got my degree in business administration, so it's exactly where I wanted to be. So I love it.
Today is Take Flight Staying the Course, which is our midwinter check-in with our current CHA college students and recent graduates. We position this event specifically in January so that we can touch base with our students before they head back to school for spring semester, or also check in with those grads from May who may not have landed a job in their field just yet.
Events like this are super important for the community because they give kids a chance to not only meet companies but make potential connections that otherwise they would be going without. I think one of the things that most college students don't realize is the importance of networking and of making those connections.
Attending an event like this is awesome because not only they bring different companies from different statutes, but they bring companies that you've never heard of before here to meet with you, take time out their busy schedule to meet with us, to give us internships, and to give us more money in our pockets to pay for schooling and things we need in the future.
I think part of the goal should be that you walk out a little bit more exposed, a little bit more smarter about what's out there in the marketplace. We're banking, but as I look around, there's other industries and other opportunities. And you know, when you're young, you don't know what you don't know, and you don't know a lot about some of these career paths, but if they can take the time, engage in what should be a pretty friendly base of employers here, I think they can learn about some different paths they might want to consider.
The networking went well, mainly because since I'm a senior at my university, I've been applying for jobs already. So coming here and already having applied for one of the Blue Cross Blue Shield positions, it was very refreshing to meet them here today.
If For us, it's really the next level of the work we do. Making this last connection for them is something that no school does. And so it's really important for us as a housing partner to extend our network to our students and make sure that they're aware that we support them from the day they start school, past graduation, into their first job.
As I see the struggles that students just like myself go through trying to find these opportunities, and so I think noticing that struggle but then coming here to see that the opportunities are available is what really just shook me today. So yeah, I'm leaving with that still on my heart.
So today on a cold, wintry, very snowy Saturday, we are having our annual Youth Summit in partnership with the Chicago Housing Authority. We've done this annual Youth Summit engaging young people who live in public housing to get together from all across the city in one spot downtown and to really get trained on how they can identify issues that are important to them and how to take action.
So I've had the pleasure to sit in with a few workshops. So the kids are doing breakout sessions where they're having engaging conversations, talking about what's going on in the community. They are doing skill building exercises. The workshops consist of talking about what's in their neighborhood, getting to know one another.
I want them to take away that there is people out there that actually care about them and that want to see them be successful in life and have all the things that they need in life in order to get to the success they want to get. That they don't have to struggle. They can come and get help.
Today what's happening is just basically a call of kids from different communities, just coming in, just expressing the way they feel about what's going on in their community. As of right now, this is the fair, the resource fair, just get them the resources that they need to succeed basically in their community.
To leave today's event understanding that they have the skills, they have the energy, and they have the resources within them. We're going to bring it out of them, and they can hopefully move forward really approaching situations and approaching problems in a different way.
So today we're at the 35th Chicago Housing Authority Senior Gala here at the Hyatt Regency. We have 1,800 seniors coming from across all over the city of Chicago. We've got Oak Street Health here that's actually doing photo booths. It's been really fun for them to do that. They get pictures with their friends, and also they get to go ahead and enjoy entertainment.
All you have to do is stick that camera through that door and see them seniors out there dancing. You heard them laughing with Mr. Wallace while he was talking and telling his jokes. Man, let me tell you, the energy is just great.
I like everything, the entertainment, the enjoyment. See, I'm just a new senior, so I'm trying to fit in. I love it. I said I made it. Mm-hmm.
So this is a great opportunity to reach out to the seniors, let them know about services that are available within the city. A lot of times people just don't know that things are available and how to access them, so this is a great opportunity.
It's the North Side here in the room today. It means everything to them. When this comes along, it gets them up, have them moving. They appreciate coming out. It's just everything to them.
And as time go on and years go on, we live, we're going to keep coming back again, and again.
I think coming here today, folks get to learn about how to improve their properties, financing options, working with the CHA, making sure that they get rents that are market rents, and recognizing that renting from HCB doesn't mean that they're going to get less money, and we're easier to work with.
I came today because, well, I'm always impressed with the quality of the sessions. For example, this morning I went to something on locks and doors, and it's incredible, all the details and all the new information that people are interested in learning that we never knew before.
You know, in terms of learning, it's all about resources. For this particular event, your resource is actually right in front of you, and that's what I love. It's more or less like one-stop shop.
These are very important because you get to meet people that actually are gonna, be the ones that are gonna provide you the jobs that we need to do. It really is good marketing, good to meet people. The networking is real well. We found that typically, we do our best when we come to these kind of events.
It's about expanding what we do. It's about expanding opportunities not only for our participants, our families, but also for our owners and people that are not in the program.
So they bring them here today and have all the different trade associations here and so forth to provide that information. This bodes well with what we're trying to do in the city, to be a partner, not being an outsider. That's why it's so important. It seems like every year it grows and grows.
It's all about improving the city and making sure that Chicago is one of the best cities in the world. We want to have strong communities throughout the entire city so people can feel safe, they can have wonderful housing, they can feel like they are a part of a world-class city no matter which neighborhood they live in.
The SOAR program is a 2-year demonstration from HUD. It's a grant-funded program giving us the opportunity to reach up to 750 CHA youth with one-on-one college support. It's a really big deal for us. At CHA, we have a variety of education supports, but the opportunity to add in college counseling and one-on-one support for our youth is going to be a game changer.
Tiffany is my navigator, and she's helped me a whole lot because at my school we only have one counselor, so it's like I have better access because I have individual one-on-one help versus having to compete with other people to get my counselor's attention.
Having a navigator is such a huge difference because I didn't really have nobody before. So Symphony, she's an amazing person. She helped me pretty much do college applications because I'm older, I'm 20, so she's helping me get into college. I've never been to college before, and she helped me apply for scholarships and stuff like that.
It's a big thing, like a chance for us to do things, like to see how it is to go around not being in high school and the classes, and it prepared me because it showed me certain things that I would need to bring, and how much you would be on your feet just to walk around, traveling just to get to classes.
Actually, majority of our students are first generation college students, and because of that, they may not have had someone, or they don't have someone in their family that may have gone to college. And so for us, it gives us opportunity to really work with them and make sure that they have access to the same resources as other students who may have had someone in their family go to college.
So we've had our education navigators working in our different communities. The things that are really working are our college tours, just those one-on-one sessions. We're getting the FAFSA done, we're getting those college applications done. Sitting down with students one-on-one and really connecting around those applications has been really key.
Because it helps a lot, especially with education. Whether you are in 8th grade, they got 8th graders viewing colleges, and when I was in 8th grade, I wasn't looking at colleges, I was barely looking at high schools.
It opened my eyes to a lot of things that I didn't know. It made me want to explore my options for college.
Get into the SOAR program because not only does it help you connect with colleges and schools and stuff, you get a mentor, you get help, you get to see more.
It makes me feel good. It makes me feel supported. Like even more like it's support, but like to know somebody that's in your corner 100% and always willing to help you and go out their way to do anything so you can be successful. It's amazing. It's the best feeling.
Yeah, today's event was to do outreach to residents that reside on the south side, to connect them with companies and employers.
We're able to connect with candidates individually and talk about their skills and their desires for a job.
It helped me improve a lot because I learned different things from different people that I'm talking to them. And I'm going to take that and I'm going to carry that with me into my next job opportunity.
We are here to ensure that our residents are aware of the Section 3 field office, where we're located, and the services that we provide.
All the vendors are here, and what's so great about it, all of them are hiring. So we have someone here for everyone that fits everyone's needs. It's so important that our folks that want to work get an opportunity to get a chance to work.
Today I'm back, and today I got a full-time job. I'm not no part-time worker.
Well, so far this event has been helping me out. I feel confident today. The job opportunities are great. It's a great blessing, and many doors are opening for me. I'm looking forward to it.
Shed Aquarium is bringing out fish from our local waterways. We are peeling back our local waters to show Chicagoans the other Chicagoans. Well, this idea actually came from the community, and they said, wow, with your new mission, it'd be great if you could have like an ice cream truck that traveled around and showed people fish. We can't see in our water, we don't know what the fish look like. And so we were like, wow, that's really interesting. So I brought it back to our team of aquarists and our facilities people and said, can we make this happen? And this is what we came up with.
It's like a puzzle, like you gotta like dig the stuff out like the sand and put it on like the thing like where it goes on the paper.
To see something like this is great. It's great. We need more of this. It's wonderful to see the kids with the jumping jam and the kids having fun.
And so we want the opportunity to have the kids be proud of where they live and where they come from. So we want to bring something out here to give them a sense of pride, a sense of ownership, and let them know that regardless of what the outside talk about, Argyle is a great community, and they should be proud of where they live.
This is my house. This is my house. When I hadn't even walked through the front door, and it's like a feeling that come over you, like this is where you belong. This is where you need to be. And when I walked through the door and I seen it, I'm like, tears. And I'm like, this is actually where we need to be.
The Mobility Counseling Program is for HCB voucher holders. It's a program to introduce families to different neighborhoods in the city of Chicago. We assist families in finding units in these different neighborhoods in the city of Chicago, neighborhoods that will provide them a sense of safety, new schools, overall better amenities, and better stability and quality of life.
This opportunity was amazing. I mean, it was a struggle at the beginning because I don't want to move. You had that man said, I don't want to move. I don't want to go there. These people are not going to like me, and I'm in the wrong area. No, this is the right area.
I think most families are fearful when they go into what is unfamiliar to them, but when they get there, they realize that there is more diversity, and there is one common goal between
families, and that is raising children in a safer neighborhood.
It's peaceful. Kids running up and down the street, and people sitting on their porch enjoying the weather. Activities now like at the park, baseball and track, and they can do all that now.
Our role is to conduct a 3-hour workshop to educate the clients on what the mobility program is, the areas of the mobility program. We cover the do's and don'ts. We also kind of highlight on the tenants' rights and responsibilities so they'll know what their responsibility is, as well as the responsibility of the owners.
Since the onset of the program, 86% of households have remained in their community.
I'll meet with you and Leonard after this. I just want to see and make sure they're paying you for the stuff you said you did do. 4 days. No. I like the others. What? Fire protection stuff?
Yeah.
Outdoors.
Real shaky. We should have kept the tape.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
Well,
Oh, but
She don't supposed to be here.
Oh.
Okay. Good afternoon again. The commissioners just finished meeting in closed session, and we are ready to start the second portion of our business meeting. The board secretary will call the roll. Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Thank you, Lee. As we mentioned earlier. As we mentioned earlier in the meeting, item number 16, recommendation to approve, to ratify, and to confirm authorization of the acting CEO to enter into an IGA between CHA and the Housing Authority of Cook County will be presented by Cheryl Burns. I don't think that we need that presentation, correct? We've already had that. So item 16 is scheduled for vote after closed session, which is now. At this time, I would like to present a motion for the approval of item number 16. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, item number 16 is approved by unanimous vote. Madam Secretary, can you please inform Chair Hurlock that we are ready for her to continue with the board meeting?
All right, thank you. During closed session, the commissioners discussed the following agenda items. Item number 18, authorization for payment of attorney's fees and expenses to the Grisho's Plaintiff Counsel, business and professional people for the public interest. Item number 19, personnel action reports. Are there any further questions or comments from commissioners on items 18 and 19? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve items 18 and 19?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusal? Hearing none, the motion carries and the resolution for items 18 and 19 are approved. If there is no more business to come before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
On behalf of the CHA board and staff, I would like to wish everyone a safe and blessed holiday. The meeting of November 19th is now adjourned.